report by the chairman of ICoLiST 2025.
This report will summarize the preparations, objectives, and expectations of this international conference.
So, without further ado, please welcome Mr. Hendra Susanto, PhD, the chairman of ICoLiST 2025. Please give him a one round of applause. Tepuk tangan.
I'm sorry for the delay. Kertasnya nggak ada. Kertasnya di mana? Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning to all. Distinguished guests, respected keynotes and invited speakers and all participants. It is my great pleasure and honor to welcome you all to the 8th International Conference on Life Sciences and Technology, ICoLiST 2025, held in conjunction with 32 Indonesian Physiological Society Annual Meeting, or IPSEM, here in Malang City, Indonesia. This year, our conference carries the theme, Innovative Frontiers in Natural Sciences, Technology, and Medicine for Global Welfare. In an era where the world faces unprecedented challenges, from emerging health crises to the rapid pace of technological and scientific advancement, our collective pursuit of innovation and collaboration has never been more essential. This conference serves as a platform to exchange ideas, share the latest research findings, and foster meaningful collaboration that will advance health, science, technology for the betterment of humanity. The conference is proudly organized by the Department of Biology, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Universitas Negeri Malang, or UM, because here we also have the special guest from UM, but University of Malaya in Kuala Lumpur. With the support of many national and international partners. On behalf of the committee, I would like to extend my heartfelt appreciation to all our distinguished keynote speakers, invited speaker, our special guest from National Tsinghua University from Taiwan, and here the Mrs. Dean and her delegation, for their invaluable contribution. First, Professor Hitoshi Shirakawa, PhD from Tohoku University, Japan. Professor Ling Taochen, PhD from University Malaya, Malaysia, sorry. Dr. Nur Izzati Muhammad Nuh, University Technology, Malaysia. Dr. Panupong Tamachoti from Chulalongkorn University, Thailand. Dr. Cho Hock Tan from National Tsinghua University, Taiwan Republic of China. Professor Dr. Ipanuddin from Universitas Sriwijaya, and also as a representative from EIV Indonesia. Professor D. Uglab Silverton, PhD, the University of Texas, United States. Dr. Ermin Rahmawati from Islamic State University Maulana Malik Ibrahim Malang, Indonesia, and the representative of EIV Malang. Dr. Sofia Eri Rahayu from Universitas Negeri Malang, Indonesia. Dr. Ahmad Nizam Nikmalik, University Technology Malaysia. We are truly grateful for their presence and their willingness to share their expertise with us during this event. I would like to express my sincere thanks to all participants who have joined us, more than 60 to 70 attendees consisting of students, lecturers, and researchers participating both in person and online. Your enthusiasm and engagement are what make this conference meaningful. We hope that ICoLiST 2025 will not only broaden our scientific horizons, but also strengthen the bond among researchers and institutions working toward global scientific progress. Finally, I would like to extend my deep appreciation to the Rector, the President of Universitas Negeri Malang, the Dean of the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, the staff of the Department of Biology, the sponsor from Elsevier and Gamma Scientifics, our partner, Indonesian Physiology Society, or IAIV, especially also for the organizing committee, whose hard work and dedication have made this event possible. Once again, welcome all to the ICoLiST 2025. May this conference be inspiring and fruitful experiences for all of us. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hendra Susanto, PhD, for the comprehensive report and the inspiring message.
We truly appreciate your leadership and dedication in making ICoLiST 2025 possible.
Moving to the next agenda, welcome speech by the Rector of Universitas Negeri Malang, Profesor Dr. Haryono.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, honorable keynote speaker, and our participants joining us online and offline within the venue from around the world. It is an honor for me and our institution to welcome all of you to the 80th International Conference on Life Science and Technology, ICoLiST, in conjunction with Indonesian Psychological Society annual meeting, IPSAM 2025. 10 keynote speakers from 6 countries, including Indonesia, USA, Japan, Taiwan, Malaysia, and Thailand, would be the core of this conference to cross table of ideas, including discuss, debate, and ultimately chart a course for a healthier, more sustainable, and prosperous world. Ladies and gentlemen, this event comes up with theme of innovative frontier in natural sciences, technology, and medicine for global welfare. The rapid advancement in natural sciences provide the fundamental knowledge base. Technology transform that knowledge into practical tools, and medicine applies this innovation to directly improve the quality of human life. However, this frontier also presents a profound challenge. How do we ensure that this innovation serves for the better life? To pursue that goal, let the discussion held here lead to great outcome, share patent, and collaborative research that truly make a difference for life globally. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are delighted to announce that the 18th ICoLiST in conjunction with IPSAM 2025 has been a resounding success due to the several important parties, sponsors, and committee who have successfully planned and organized the conference. I also appreciate and thank all the keynote speaker, invited speaker, and participants who attend our conference at this venue or join us via Zoom. Hopefully, everyone may get joyful and insightfully conference. Thank a lot for your attention. Akhirul kalam, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
We would like to thank Professor Dr. Haryono who took the time to welcoming us in this event. We now come to the MOU signing ceremony between Mathematics and Science Faculty, Universitas Negeri Malang, and College of Life Science and Medicine, National Tsinghua University.
May we invite Professor Dr. Hadiswono and Professor Lini Chen to proceed to the signing table.
To Professor Dr. Hadiswono and Professor Dr. Lini, please stay a while at your place to take photo together. Thank you. With this signing, the partnership between our institutions is officially established. May this collaboration bring success and mutual benefit.
Now, before we move on to our plenarization, we would like to take a moment to express our gratitude to one of our valuable partners.
To acknowledge their continued support and collaboration, we would like to present a token of appreciation to the keynote speakers.
We kindly invite Mr. Hendra Susanto and Professor Dr. Hadiswono to come forward to the stage for the presentation.
To all the keynote speaker, please stand at the front of the hall. Thank you very much for the kind support and partnership. Let's give them a warm round of applause. Before we proceed to the next agenda, please all the delegation from the Singapore University and the keynote to stand up in front of the hall to take photo together. Now it is time for all of us to take photo together. To all attendees, please stand up at your place.
Let's capture this wonderful moment together as a memory of ICoLiST 2025. Please give your best smiles for the camera.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please take your seats.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now continue with a special session from Elsevier, one of the world's leading publishers in scientific research and academic resources.
In this session, Elsevier will introduce several products and services that support research, publication, and academic collaboration.
To deliver the presentations, we would like to invite the representative from the Elsevier to the stage.
Please welcome the representative from Elsevier.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, good morning. Thank you for attending the today's session with Elsevier. My name is Nopan Muhammad from Elsevier Indonesia as a channel manager for print and digital solution. Thank you for Fakultas Kedokteran Fakultas MIPA Universitas Negeri Malang to invite us. And today we also have our country director for Elsevier Southeast Asia, Miss Grace Kim, please, from Elsevier Korea. Yeah. Yeah. Sudah belum? Ini sudah. Apa ya Pak ya?
While we wait, I will introduce to you about Elsevier. Elsevier is a leading global publisher specializing in scientific, technical, and medical information. Founded in 1980 and headquartered in Amsterdam, the Netherlands. Elsevier provides a wide range of academic journals, books, and digital platforms such as Science Direct, Scopus, and Mendeley. The company collaborates with researchers, institutions, and professionals worldwide to advance knowledge and support innovative through high quality and peer-reviewed publication. Elsevier offers various opportunities for researchers, educators, and professionals to share their work and contribute to global scientific progress through its wide network of reputable journals and conferences. Elsevier provides a platform for publishing high-impact research, assessing cutting-edge knowledge, and emerging in academic collaboration. In addition, Elsevier support authors with tools for manuscript preparation, feasibility, and citation tracking, helping them enhance their research impact and career development.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Apologize for the delay. Yeah, this is shown that sometimes technology can be, there is a challenge with technology, but I believe we need to see further in the future because at the end, technology is part of our journey in the future. So today, I would like to share about how to ignite student engagement with Elsevier learning technology. So please, next slide. Yeah, medical education, especially we have, because Elsevier is big in science, technology, and medical education, especially for my division from health sciences. So we have a collaborate with institution, association, and with this today event, actually specifically, we already collaborate with EIEV for publishing our Gaitan and Hall physiology with the translated to Bahasa and adapted to Bahasa Indonesia and the content local in Indonesia. So inside the book, because at the end we also see the future is technology, so we embed with digital solution, including ebooks, MCQs, and vignette-based question and illustration video. Next, please. So this is how to engage student and save faculty time. So at the end, faculty can focus on what they need to do or they need to focus in the classroom. So we also promote flipped classroom because at the end, students need to learn outside the classroom and then they emphasize the study or the things that they need to focus on the classroom. Please, next. Next. Yeah, we have print and digital learning technology from Elsevier. Next. And next, please. Yeah. This is our book, Guyton and Hall, print book, but we already embed with digital ebooks, illustration, animation, interactive images, and MCQs question. And this is to support the different learning style of student, because as we know, student might have a visual, audio, kinesthetic learning style. So that's why we have this interactive, not only print book, but also interactive ebook inside our print book. Next. Next, please. Yeah, this is our video animation. And as doctors and lecturer can see, there is an interactive video can engage the student interest with the animation inside. Next. Yeah, and then there is an interactive test yourself image, so student can learn and test how they knowledge about the example, like the cell inside the ebooks itself. Next. Yeah, and then there is interactive MCQs. So student can also learn and test how their knowledge about the content or the topic that they just learned. Next. Yeah, and we support the blended learning with flipped classroom for teaching and learning technology. Next. We have a digital solution as well, not only print book with the embedded ebook, but also digital solution called Osmosis from Elsevier. Maybe some of you have heard about Osmosis before. It's also in YouTube. But that one is a part of our commercial marketing. So basically in Osmosis from Elsevier, there is a lot of video inside, 1,800 videos interactive, can learn, and student can play the video every time, anytime. So basically, as long as they have an internet connection, they can play the video. And this is a specific video. There's a lot of topic inside Osmosis. This is specific video for physiology. Next, I will show you the, yeah, please. Sorry, there is a video. Play the video, yeah. Soundnya di share. So basically the video, there is a sound and student can learn based on the notes. We have notes, can student download, and then the question as well on the, all right. And then there is the transcript. So basically student can also read the transcript if they are not really confident in English. The good thing with the Osmosis, a student can use the translate in the browser to Bahasa Indonesia. Let's say they want to check in Bahasa Indonesia what is the meaning of this. They can use the translate, but this is a translation. It's not from Elsevier. It's based on the browser itself. So there is maybe the terms or words might be funny a little bit, but at least student can learn between the Bahasa Indonesia and English. And the video itself is quite interactive, colorful. Next. Yeah. Next, boleh? And boleh next terus? Yeah, there's a lot of videos, 1,800 videos and 400 detailed decision-making trees. Next, boleh mas? 500 board style practice question and 2,000 vignette-based question and 16 flashcard. So student can play around with the flashcard itself in Osmosis. And we support Osmosis support with mobile apps. So it will be easier for students to learn outside the classroom with the mobile app. They can download the video as well, not only the content. So next, boleh. So this is the case-based pathology review. Play the video, mas, boleh. Yeah. So basically, this is the how the approach from Osmosis. Student can also choose, if let's say the student want to jump to the from overview to diagnose or treatment, so they can choose to the topic that they would like to go in the video. So this is the part of the support from Osmosis, so student can be flexible in terms of learning. Boleh next. Yeah. So this is how we support the Osmosis support the flipped classroom. With Osmosis notes, student can download the notes and read the notes outside the classroom. And inside the video, so lecturer can assign the video before the class begin. So we can we can create a playlist for student to learn about the osmosis. So student can learn based on this playlist sent by the lecturer. And we have also ready-made. We also have a ready-made self-assessment and question bank. This is one of the example of the assessment in osmosis. So basically, when students learn, they can find the answer which is correct or incorrect. And every answer will have a rational insight. And again, this is, they can translate it to Bahasa Indonesia by a browser translate. Next. And we also have clinical key student assessment. This is the focus on to the assessment. So basically we have UKMLA bank, this is similar to UKMPPD in medical doctors exam. So over 9,700 question, and USMLE bank over 2,500 question. Next. Yeah, so basically we also can filter in clinical key student based on the difficulty level. Example by easy, medium, hard, and then relevancy as well, essential, important, supplementary, and then based on the cognitive level. If you would like to student to remember, to understand, or to apply. And this is, I would like to share the case study that we did in one of university in United States. So there is one university, University of Miami Miller School of Medicine. They use in the first 8 weeks, they give the student videos in 2019 and 2020 to watch the video from osmosis. Next. And the result is significantly good. Osmosis video easy to access, quality is good, acceptable video, osmosis video helpful the student learning, and to support blended learning as well. In conclusion, commercial medical education video may enhance curriculum with low faculty effort and then improve student learning experience. Jadi in here, I would like to focus on the low faculty effort and then student learning experience, improve student learning experience. Because this is how to support the student, especially when they know there is a student already learned and they need to focus on what the things that they need to focus on the classroom. And it's also improve student learning with all the learning style, visual, kinesthetic, and audio. So it will improve student learning experience. And this is other research by independent papers. Maybe I can share later to the committee, so the lecturer also can see the research. And this is a review from the user of clinical key student assessment from UCL Medical School, University of Manchester, Imperial College, London School of Medicine. So this is my final presentation slide. And if you want to find out more about osmosis, clinical key student, or our books, Guyton and Hall, Physiology with EIV, I will be in the table outside the room. So please come, and we will, if you want to have a question or discussion, please, we are open to it. I think that's all from me. Thank you for your time. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, the representative of Elsevier, for the informative and inspiring presentation. We hope this session helps us better understand how Elsevier can support our research and publication activities.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have now reached the time scheduled for a coffee break.
But before that, we would like to kindly remind our presenter to please submit your PowerPoint presentations by scan this QR code.
While you enjoy the coffee break, please back to your seats at 9:15.
After which, we will continue with the next session. Thank you very much. Once again, we will have a coffee break that lasts for 10 minutes. Please come back before 9:15 a.m.
Bapak, Ibu, dan teman-teman peserta partisipan, silahkan untuk coffee break sebentar selama kurang lebih 10 menit dan kembali pada pukul 9.15. Terima kasih.
Kamera, awas kan? Oh, mati. Cek, itu dua cek.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The next agenda is plenary session that will be conducted by our moderator, Dr. Vivi Novianti.
Dr. Vivi Novianti is an assistant professor at Universitas Negeri Malang. She has been actively involved in academic and professional collaboration both nationally and internationally.
Next, we are also honored to welcome our three plenary speakers for this morning. Professor Dr. Irfanuddin from Universitas Sriwijaya, then Professor D.U. Silverton, PhD from the University of Texas, USA, and Professor Hitoshi, PhD from Tohoku University, Japan.
Please welcome our plenary speaker to the stage with a big round of applause.
Can we start now? Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Everyone, how are you today? Fine, thank you. Okay, thank you. Great. I would like to introduce myself first. My name is Vivi. I am the biology department lecturer, and it is an honor for me to be here to be the moderator of this plenary sessions. And I would also greeting you all here, respectable Rector Universitas Negeri Malang, Dean and Vice Dean of Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, and also all honorable lecturer of Biology Department, and also all of you honorable participants. Welcome to Malang, welcome to Universitas Negeri Malang, the Learning University. And also because of this conference is conducted hybrid setting, therefore, I would like to welcome all the participants who also join us in virtually. I hope that next time you can join us in person in here in Malang. And here also we already have three incredible keynote speakers. It is an honor for me to share the stage with them. For this plenary session, we will have three keynote speakers. The first one is Professor Dr. Irfanuddin from Sriwijaya University. Good morning, Prof. Irfan. How are you today? Okay, thank you.
And I enjoy Malang bakso very much.
Yeah. You should try another traditional food from Malang,
Thank
Prof.
you.
Okay. Thank you so much for your time to joining our conference. And the second one, we have Professor D.U. Silverton, PhD from Texas University. Unfortunately, she cannot join us this morning because of different times. It was midnight in the Texas. However, she already sent us her recording presentation. We will listen together later. And also the third one, we have Professor Hitoshi, PhD from Tohoku University, Japan. So I would like to welcome him from the Zoom meeting. I hope that he already joined us. Good morning,
Good
Prof.
morning. Can you hear me?
Hitoshi, are you joining us?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Okay, I can hear you. Maybe the operator can help us to increase the volume, okay? Okay, good morning, Prof. Hitoshi. How are you?
Yeah, fine. Thanks very much for joining.
Okay, how is Japan? Is it a good weather there?
Today is a very cold, so getting
Very cold, yes.
yeah, and
It must be
going to the
autumn
big
there.
fall. Yes.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Hitoshi, for joining us. It is an honor to have you in our conference this
Thank you.
morning.
My pleasure.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, firstly, I would like to introduce briefly about our keynote speaker today. The first one is Professor Irfanuddin from Sriwijaya University. According to his CV, he has a very long achievements, and I will read just some of them. Okay. Okay. I hope the operator help me to show his CV. Okay, I will read. Current positions nowadays, Professor Irfanuddin is the professor of psychology, Faculty of Medicine, Universitas Sriwijaya Indonesia, and also he is the Vice Dean, Academic Affairs, Faculty of Medicine, Universitas Sriwijaya, and also Chief Editor of Human Journal. And so many long professional activities. I just read some of them. Now he is the president of Indonesian College of Sport Medicine from 2021 to 2025 and co-chair of MSER mission 2025 to 2027. Okay, and then so many honor and also national award. He got me from Minister of Education Research Award in 2018 and 2024, and also University Research Award, and also first prize for Best Lecturer, Faculty of Medicine, Sriwijaya University. Please give big applause for him. Okay, and also he published books for 7 books, and also we can see from H index very high, Scopus 6, and Web of Science 5, and Google score is 13. That's about Professor Irfanuddin. And the second one is Professor D. Silverton from Texas University, and also is very long achievement. Yeah, I just read some of them. She is the professor for the professional experience. She is the senior lecturer, biological science from University of Texas, Austin. And then for current research interests, she is interested in educational research in its technique for teaching and assessing conceptual understanding. Okay, and then for the professional societies, he is American Psychology Society's elected. So yeah, very professional, of course, and many awards and honors. Okay, I just read some of them. Faculty Service Award in 2010, and so many. Wow, so very long. And also who in America in 2006. Yeah, and very long. And also grants, yeah, so many grants. And for recent publication, also so many long recent publication and also in books. Okay, and the last one, but not least, of course, we have Professor Hitoshi from Japan. Yeah. Okay. Professor Hitoshi Shirawaka, he is professor the Laboratory of Nutrition and also the director of International Education and Research Center for Food and Agricultural Immunology. And honor. He just got honor in 2025 from Japan Society of Nutrition and Food Science Award for excellent in research. Wow, amazing. And then also in 2024, get award of the Vitamin Society of Japan. And for the publication, it's very long. In 5 years publication, he have here. See, he has 48 publication in paper, yeah, and also in review articles. So here this morning we will have three outstanding speakers. Therefore, it's very lucky us to join this conference to hear their research this morning. Okay, before we begins the presentation, I would like to tell you about how this presentation run. So each speaker will, sorry, I would like to set the volume, okay. Each speaker will speak about 20 minutes. After all the speakers deliver their material, we will have Q&A session for approximately 10 to 15 minutes. And then finally, the presentation of this plenary session will be ended by a conclusion. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please welcome me to Professor Irfanuddin to deliver her material. For Professor Irfanuddin, time is yours.
Thank you so much for moderators. Selamat pagi, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My honorable, the Dean, Professor Dr. Hadi Suwono, and of course my colleagues as the chairman of the committee, please give applause for Dr. Hendra, who is hardworking that the event are already well organized this morning. And also my honor to my president, Indonesian Physiological Society, who are joined in the Zooms, Dr. Ermita Elias, and all of my honorable speaker from abroad. Thank you so much. So, and all of the participants, the senior, the professor from the Physiological Society, and also from the University of Malang, and the lecturer from around East Java, and ladies and gentlemen. So, can you prepare my slide? Yes, ladies and gentlemen, that I will not present about my research, but today, since I stand here in the capacity appointed by our president, and I also as head of the education committee in Indonesian Physiological Society. So my presentation today will focus more on the field of physiology education. Okay, next slide, please. So this is my CV already read by the moderator. Next slide, please. So I start with the one picture. You can imagine that what would happen if the buildings or the architect of the building has no deep understanding about the law of physics or about the strength of material when he planned this building. Maybe we can imagine that the building will be not stand, or maybe it can stand for a while and then broken again. So, next slide, please. And just like architects, understanding of physiology, because we are from Indonesian Physiological Society, we will say that understanding physiology also a basic foundation for health professional to do their job. Next slide, please. For physiologists, I do believe that we do not need to worry about the existence of physiology as the field of science or research interest. Studies and research in physiology will always be essential. We have the jargon, physiology today, medicine tomorrow. As you can see that the noble lecture is always said physiology, medicine and physiology or physiology or medicine. So I have mentioned that in my presentation last year that Nobel winners are still mostly dominated by physiologists. Next slide, please. But what about our challenge in the future? Please, next slide. Now, ladies and gentlemen, with AI and digital technology, the community, especially in the medicine, the patient, can easily access all kind of information about the disease that they have. And that's totally normal, I do believe, because it is about her body or his body. He will try to know everything about his disease. So he will learn a lot about his disease or her disease. And later on, we will deal with the patient who feel like they already know everything about their condition, which means that their question to the doctor or to the nurse or to the physiotherapist will be more deeper and require more understanding of physiology and pathophysiology. Next slide, please. And I think the same with all health professionals, nutritionists also. A lot of mother will care about her children, and he will learn a lot about the nutrition before he come to the nutritionist. So which means it is now the future, he will come with full of, I don't know, it is maybe full of right knowledge or everywhere knowledge, I don't know, because big data. For the example, like exercise physiologist, more client will learn about her condition or his condition, and they will more critical to us. Next slide, please. And AI and the big data make diagnosis in medicine and treatment in medicine more personalized and require a deeper understanding of physiological variation. People who are higher social economic background will increasingly needed to have personal care for him or for her. They will ask the services with precision with their body. Maybe some of you are doctor that before that we learn about evidence-based medicine, which means that we take care of the patient based on the community. Because we learn if someone got cold, so 95% of person will cure with amoxicillin. So everyone who got cold will given amoxicillin. But now it's different, especially for higher social economic background. He will ask, is it okay with me with amoxicillin? Is this right with me? How about if I am not including in 95%? How about I'm including in 5% that I am not appropriate with amoxicillin? So it is more become personalized to take care of the patient or the community. And with differentiation medicine, approach tailored to individual and rather just community based. Okay, next slide, please. And the paradigm of demography and epidemiological has shifted. With people live longer, there has been an increase in degenerative disease that actually need a functional of physiological management. Nowadays, treating a disease has to be more comprehensive, more personalized, and precise. That's why the study about the nutrigenomics, pharmacogenomics, sport genomics are become more important because everyone need what is special for them. Next slide, please. So, how come we can prepare our next professional healthcare person? How come we can prepare our next nutritionist? We can prepare our next medical doctor, our next exercise physiologist. Next slide, please. So, right now, we need to reform our education system, especially in our base physiology. We have to shift the mindset from seeing physiology just as a subject or part of the knowledge or science to become seeing physiology as the core competency, the foundation of clinical or application reasoning science, and the integration of basic and applied clinical science. That's why our strategy needs to be changed from just delivering knowledge in the traditional way to active learning, where we should treat our student not as an object. You must learn that, you must learn that. But we should, from now on, we have to change, we should treat our student become our partner in learning. So student, do you agree with that? Do you agree? You become our partner as for lecturers? Yes, we have to together. Because lecturer do not know everything. Be sure about that. Maybe you are better know to each subject, one subject, compared to your lecturer. And what about the strategy? Please, next slide, please. Next slide. The first one, that the physiology teacher really needs to understand the basic concept of physiology. By mastering this concept, so I do believe that we can increase our bargaining position when discussing with other department, especially from the clinician and from the medical education unit. From my experience, we can influence our partners or curriculum planners about the importance of understanding physiology to solve problem-based learning issue. But however, I have noticed that many physiology lecturers, especially the PhD or master in physiology, he is or she is a lecturer. He just learned, finished their PhD program, tend to narrow this focus, his focus of area expertise. I just expert in cell signaling only. So I will teach only cell signaling. So when they come to the clinical college, talk about integration of medical, talk about integration of nutrition, they do not know anything. So they are not become dominant. And then they complain to me as chief education. Professor, our physiology knowledge is now finished. It is true? No. Because we have to increase our bargain. How? We have to mastering the basic concept of physiology. Which, how come we are become specialists while we teach the generalists? Next slide, please. Oh, please back. So, how do we do? Our next lecturer, our next speaker, Professor D. Silverton. Everyone know her? Everyone know, I do believe. He write a very good textbook together with Guyton. These two books are most popular in the world. She is very expert in the concept of physiology. Why? Because she write the textbook. When she write the textbook, so she must learn everything about the physiology, from the basic concept, organ system, until the applied physiological science. And I have tried this, but in superficial level, just for the nurse. But I know that when I write this book, I must learn renal function. I must learn heart function. So I know a lot about physiology. And when I begin with the clinical, so I can answer everything what they ask. Next slide, please. So everyone, physiology should be ready to integrate it with the other branches of science. But please make sure that physiology takes a fairly dominant or meaningful role. Many note if it is integrated with clinical practice, based on my note, that it is better to for students who already have solid knowledge in physiology. It's better for the final years to integrate it with clinical science. Next slide, please. I have a lot of complaint in Indonesia from the teacher that many medical doctor, many medical students do not know about the basic science of medicine while he are become a doctor. This is example from curriculum in the United States to become a doctor. As you can see that after they finish high grade SMR, they have to go to bachelor level for 4 years to learn about mathematics, anatomy, physiology, and they go into a medical doctor, a medical program, or nurse program, or nutritional. So that's why Americans alumni for nurse is postgraduate. So his or her level is same with the doctor. And then they go into the medical program or nurse program. They learn again about anatomy and physiology. So which means they learn more than 6 years before they go into the clinical rotation, which means they have a lot foundation about basic science. So if you have a lot of foundation, no matter the issue, yeah, from the back, from behind, from bottom, from up, they will understood about it. No problem with them. But how about Indonesia? Finish high school, learn about the curve. Okay, you can learn about anatomy 5 minutes, physiology 5 minutes, and then they more concentrate in about the curve. It is not a good basic concept for them. This is America. Please. Next slide. This is our neighbor, Yung Lulin University, Singapore. As you can see, they also build a good foundation in basic science before they go to clinical rotation. Okay. Next slide, please. And we changed in 2011. We said, okay, integration after the 5th semester. Before that, you have to learn anatomy for 1 year, physiology for half years, pharmacology, biochemistry, and then you can learn about basic science in integrated concept. Okay, next slide, please. And The third one, we have to change our way of teaching to become active learners, like flipped classroom yesterday, team-based learning, and advanced simulation using digital technology from Elsevier this morning. It is very good to make your visual, kinesthetic, and ability to more complex. Okay, next slide, please. I have 5 more minutes. And this is our innovation in medical in physiology education. We bring our students to create their dramatization in understanding physiology. We ask them to build domino game to learn about physiology, and both of them are published in Q1 and Q2 Scopus Index. Okay, next slide, please. And of course, we have to create the contextual curriculum, more applied physiology curriculum about nutritional physiology, maybe exercise physiology, functional medicine is now more popular now, environment or stress physiology, to make our student more interest about physiology. Okay, next slide, please. And the last but very important, please stay updated to learn about physiology education. We have our own community from long time. IUPS and FAFs have big interest about physiology from teaching workshop from Sydney, and next in 2029 Kobe, and FAFs I first time got know everyone here in Taiwan with Professor Mering Sai. And now, next 2 years, we will go again to Kuala Lumpur and Bali. Please come. Please join the workshop and know about the updating physiological education issue. Okay, next slide, please. And this is our report as the member of IUPS Education Committee. Me with Professor Rob Carroll as the chair and Professor Noriyuki Koibuchi. We have a report about the, next slide, please. The role of physiology in health education. That physiology as a universal language that serves as the foundation of competencies. Physiology is a core life science, and understanding of physiology is essential for intelligent practice of healthcare. Physiology instruction, however, cannot exist in isolation and must contribute to the programmatic needs. We as physiologists can enhance the emphasis of physiological concept by working with other colleagues to highlight relevant in physiology. Don't worry, this is the last slide. And physiologists must also collaborate with the education unit to assist its curriculum planning. I think, next slide. Thank you for your attention, and please stand with physiology science. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Panudin for the informative and comprehensive presentations. Ladies and gentlemen, next we will listen and see directly the recording from Prof. D. Silverton. For the operator, would you please help us to play the recording? Thank you. Okay. While waiting, the operator is ready.
Greetings to all of my colleagues in Indonesia, and thank you so much for inviting me today to speak to you, even though we can't meet in person. My topic today is the careful use of artificial intelligence when learning physiology and medicine. So artificial intelligence in physiology and medicine is making a huge difference in the way we approach both fields. There's a lot of good that can come from it, but there are also some precautions because we have to be careful to avoid the downfall of traps that artificial intelligence has created. So in the good, it applies both to clinicians as well as to researchers because searching the literature now has become so much faster and easier. Artificial intelligence also can be leveraged to do a lot of work that would take humans a long time, such as evaluating large data sets, patient record collections, and imaging, where artificial intelligence has been shown to recognize patterns better than humans. On the other hand, artificial intelligence is only as good as the information it has been trained on. It is subject to making up information, what we would call hallucinations, and it cannot ever replace human interactions. And it will probably be a long time before we have robots that are able to give empathetic answers, truly empathetic answers. And then there's always what is now called the art of medicine. It is that intuitive reaction, that intuitive knowledge that an experienced clinician has that is not necessarily going to be factual that you could put into an artificial intelligence search engine. My example of this comes from my husband, who is a longtime general practitioner. And 1 year before the days of CT scans, he had a patient come in complaining of not feeling well. Her physical exam was normal. All of her blood values were normal. But he said he could look at her and tell that she was very, very ill. And sure enough, it took about 2 days, but she had an internal abscess that had been leaking toxins into her bloodstream and making her feel bad, but not enough to send her blood cell counts out of range. About 2 days later, the abscess did start leaking enough to activate her immune system, and they were able to find that and take her to surgery. But it was that intuition, that clinical intuition of the art of medicine that told my husband that she was ill before there were any factual findings. So I don't believe that artificial intelligence will ever be able to replace that aspect of medicine. So I have 2 sayings that I would like the students to remember as they go forward in using artificial intelligence. The first one is garbage in, garbage out. The second one is, is trust but verify. So let's talk about them one at a time. Garbage in, garbage out is a saying that actually dates from the early days of computer science, meaning if your programming was awful, then the output that went with it would likewise be awful. So where does that come with artificial intelligence? Well, AI programs can only synthesize the information that they have been trained on. So if you don't train them on good information, what it's going to give back to you will be equally as bad. And so if what is on the web or what you find in the scientific literature is incorrect, then artificial intelligence responses to queries will be equally incorrect. And I have a great example for you from osmolarity and tonicity. Some of you will have heard me speak on this topic before because it is one that students and even some teachers find very confusing. And to make it worse, many websites are wrong about osmolarity and tonicity. Here are some examples. The examples that I've used in the past, and I checked them today, and they're still wrong. So there's one website that says osmolarity is the concentration of solute in a solution per unit of solvent, which for us would be water. Well, that's wrong. It's per unit of solution. Tonicity, this same site says, is related to the number of particles found in solution. That's wrong. That's a definition of osmolarity, and it should be the concentration of particles found in solution. And finally, isotonic is denoting a solution having the same tonicity as another solution. Tonicity is a comparative term. You can't compare, you can't pick up a solution and say it has X tonicity. Again, that would be osmolarity. So all of these terms or definitions are wrong in this one website, but there's more. This is a website that says isotonic environments have the equimolar concentration of dissolved solutes. Once again, it's talking about osmolarity, not tonicity. The next two are even more concerning because this next one comes from a website called StatPearls that many American medical students use as the Bible, and they believe everything that's in it. But StatPearl says isotonic, hypertonic, and hypotonic compare the osmolarity of the cell to the osmolarity of the extracellular fluid. This is just wrong. Cells will always be in an osmotic equilibrium with the extracellular fluid. Where isotonic, hypertonic, and hypotonic come in is when you give someone an intravenous infusion and it tells you what happens to the cells. And then finally, one from Libre Text Medicine, another resource that our students here use frequently, says that the tonicity terms are all related to the osmolarity terms. And once again, they're totally incorrect. So knowing that there was all this bad information about tonicity on the web, this morning I asked ChatGPT, please explain tonicity. And what came back was, tonicity describes how a solution's solute concentration compares to another solution, usually the fluid inside a cell. Well, half of the frame of reference for tonicity is always a cell. And so that part is wrong. And it's also not the solute concentration. It is the concentration only of the non-penetrating solutes. And so close, but not quite right. And then the definition, Chat asked if I would like a table. So I got the table. And it repeats the same error. It says relative solute concentration outside the cell. But what I find even more concerning is this is from the second time I asked Chat to explain tonicity. I accidentally closed the window and had to re-enter the exact same prompt. On the first response I got, part of the definition had something at the beginning about non-penetrating solutes, but it didn't appear anywhere in the second answer. So even Chat doesn't know what to say when you ask it the same question twice. So there's our garbage in, garbage out example. Now let's look at trust but verify. Trust but verify means when you find something in an AI search, don't just take the word of it and don't just assume that because it says there's a resource that's they're citing that it's accurate. I happen to like, rather than chat or any of the other search engines, I prefer the Google search because of many of the features that it has. So when I put into Google search, when is AI better than a human in medicine? The first thing that comes up is this clearly labeled AI overview. And the end of each of the paragraphs in the Google search AI overview, you'll see a link. And this link then tells you where the information came from, and you can click on it and it will take you to that resource. And you see at the right, it will give you two of the best resources. And so then below the AI overview, you will start to see resources, and many of them are from very excellent websites. This one happens to be from PubMed, which indexes many of the peer-reviewed journals in biomedical sciences. So if we look at PubMed, I hope you all know about it already, but it's a free resource. And the simple way to log into it is simply go pubmed.gov in your search box. And you can do a simple search here, just entering words, or you can actually do an advanced search. So I entered the title of that resource that was just looked at. And this is the page that comes up. You see the article and the title, where it is, the DOI number, but some of the features that I particularly like are the fact that if you click the cite button, it will give you the citation for the article that you can copy or download, and you can also choose the format if you want AMA format, NLM format, etc. In addition, if the authors have put in a pre-publication TypeScript copy, it will show up at PMC PubMed Central, and that will always be free for you to download. And then very often there will be a link to the original article. And many of these now, for more recent articles, are open access. And then finally, after you've read the abstract and looked at everything else, if you scroll down on that same page, you'll get a list of what the PubMed search has pulled up as similar articles. So there's a simple way then for you to get links to more related information, not depending on an artificial intelligence search engine. So you have to be careful. As we said, AI can make mistakes and hallucinate. And we have a recent example showing how these errors have crept into the peer-reviewed literature. And that example is the phrase vegetative electron microscopy. Well, there is no such thing. But a Google search yesterday came up, Google Scholar search yesterday came up with 26 papers that actually have the term included. Now, one has been corrected and one was retracted, but the others are out there in the peer-reviewed literature talking about the method called vegetative electron microscopy. So where did it come from? Well, it was an AI error. What happened is in the 1950s, some of the older papers that were not made in digital days had been scanned and digitized. And so AI is actually able now to go and look at these scanned, digitized resources. And what happened is AI was not programmed to read two-column text. And so you can see highlighted in yellow, vegetative actually refers to something in the left column, but AI read it across as vegetative electron microscopy. And so it then ended up in the literature. The error was compounded because it turned out many of the papers are coming out of the Middle East, And in the Farsi written language, the words for vegetative and scanning differ by only a single dot. So here is a picture showing you the two words, vegetative electron microscopy on the top and scanning electron microscopy on the bottom. And you may not be able to see it, but the top word has two little dots underneath at the end, while the second word has only a single dot. So here's a translation error that has now been perpetuated into the peer-reviewed literature. So remember the two sayings for using artificial intelligence: garbage in, garbage out, and trust but verify. So use artificial intelligence wisely, but always remember that nothing is ever going to replace the human element in medicine. So thank you for having me speak today, and I hope that your study of physiology will make all of you who are students into better physicians. Thank you, and bye.
Okay, goodbye. Very interesting. Yeah, it's about AI that we mostly use it nowadays. Okay, we continue for the third presentation from our third keynote speaker from Prof. Hitoshi. Prof. Hitoshi already joined us?
Yes.
Okay, welcome, Prof. Hitoshi, and please, this is your time.
Okay. Okay, can you see my slide?
Not yet from the auditorium. We're still waiting for the operator, but it's already in Zoom meeting already.
Maybe it takes a time, so
Okay. Okay, Prof. Hitoshi,
yes.
you can present now.
Okay. Okay, and thank you very much, and moderator, so kind introduction to me. And I'm Hitoshi Shirakawa, and Tohoku University from Japan. First of all, and I'd like to express my appreciation to all of committee members of this international meeting for giving me the opportunity to show our current research. Today's my talk is the title and the functional food ingredient for prevention of metabolic dysfunction associated steatosis liver disease, especially focusing on ingredient from meninge seed extract. So I know meninge is a very, very popular plant in Indonesia. So I pick up these topics in this meeting. So recently our laboratories are focusing on the nutraceuticals. So nutraceutical is the coin words, combined two words, nutrient and pharmaceutical. Nutraceutical has attracted a great attention because it might contribute to promote the health in not only Japan, but also in Indonesia. So here you can see average and healthy life expectancy in Japan at 2022. So average life expectancy was over 80 years in male and 87 years in female. On the other hand, healthy life expectancy was 72 and 75 years respectively. So these 8 years and 11 years difference were observed at least and from the 2001. And these consistent difference may be partly contribute to growing of the medical expense. Medical expense growing is too burden to our social cost. So nutraceutical is thought to prolong healthy life expectancy and finally contribute to the reduction of the total medical expense. So again, and the nutraceutical contribute to the promote health and prolonged health healthy life expectancy, maybe suppress medical expense. So our laboratory is traditionally focusing on some nutrient, vitamin K and biotin, as a nutraceutical for prevention and cure of lifestyle-related disease. And recently, we are starting the research regarding the polyphenol, like resveratrol. Today's my presentation. I would like to show our research of resveratrol and its structurally related compound and containing in the meringue seed extract on health promotion, especially NAFLD prevention. Non-alcohol and fatty liver disease, NAFLD, and recently its name changed to the metabolic dysfunction associated steatotic liver disease. It's the most common form of the chronic liver disease. The prevalence of NAFLD is increasing approximately the same rate as obesity. The global prevalence of NAFLD in general population has been estimated to 25%, whereas the global prevalence of alcohol steatosis, NASH, has been estimated to range from 3 to 5%. And the frequent intake of the high-fat diet and the lack of the physical activity can induce the obesity and NAFLD. NAFLD progress to NASH and then cirrhosis to express the failure of the liver function, and finally, the hepatocellular carcinoma to lead to death. Therefore, prevention of the NASH is important to prolong health life expectancy. Now we are focusing on the function of resveratrol and its related compound named guanidine C. Resveratrol is a natural polyphenol having anti-cancer, cardioprotection, and antioxidant, and anti-inflammatory properties. Resveratrol has been found to be beneficial for prevention and the cure of multiple metabolic disease, including NASH. Here you can see resveratrol promotes lipid beta oxidation and inhibits the lipid synthesis in the liver, and then improves insulin sensitivity. And lipid accumulation occurs fibrosis, but resveratrol inhibits the TGF-beta signaling pathway. This process is crucial to develop the fibrosis. And we are focusing on the guanidine C, kind of resveratrol-related compound. Here, this one is the resveratrol structure, and here is the guanidine C structure. Guanidine C looks at dimer of the resveratrol. And this compound is very frequently found in meringue seed, like this. I guess this is very, very popular in Indonesia. And I always enjoy the meringue chips emping when I visit to the Indonesia. So meringue seed containing not only resveratrol, but also guanidine C and its sugar conjugated one, and guanemoside A and guanemoside D. Sugar conjugated one once become aglycone during the intestinal tract and absorbed as the guanidine C. And the guanidine C is thought to have a similar health promotional property like resveratrol. So I think many of the audience here have some concerning about the high intake of meringue, because it contains high purine content and may occur GOT. But recent publication said intake meringue seed extract can reduce the blood urinic acid level here. So this means that not worry about usage of the meningitis extract. And also recently, our group showed that dietary supplementation of the guanidine C prolonged lifespan of the mice lacking DNA repair enzyme. These knockout mice showed their lifespan within 30 weeks old, but meningitis extract and guanidine C from the meningitis extract supplemental group show and prolong the lifespan significantly, like here. So having a longer half-life in the bloodstream and major consequence of the meningitis extract, guanidine C may have more protective effect of NAFLD compared with resveratrol. So our study is actually, we investigate the role of the guanidine C as a preventive measure for NAFLD in the mice, as well as comparison among the protective effect of the guanidine C and resveratrol. So we employ C57 BL6J mice in this experiment. And the 10 weeks old male mice were divided into 6 groups, like here. One group, control groups, was fed by regular diet. Other 5 groups were fed by NASH-induced diet, that is choline methionine deficient high-fat diet. And the 2 groups of the NASH diet groups were fed by diet containing 2 different concentrations of the guanidine C, and other 2 groups of the NASH diet groups were fed by diet containing 2 different concentrations of resveratrol. Feeding duration is totally 12 weeks. Then mice was sacrificed, and biochemical and histological analysis of the liver were performed. Here is a body weight change and food intake during the experimental feeding. So compared with NAFLD group, the body weight at 11 and 12 weeks was significantly reduced in high guanidine C group. And compared with the control, amount of the food consumed during the experimental period showed significantly lower value in other 5 groups. So, and the food efficiency was found to be significantly higher in NAFLD group compared with the control, but showed significant lower value in high guanidine C group compared with the NAFLD group. And in addition, they showed the weight gain or to total calorie intake showed significantly lower value in high guanidine C group compared with the NASH group. So it suggests NASH-induced diet, choline methionine deficient high-fat diet, tend to promote the weight gain. In contrast of the high dose of the guanidine C may suppress the weight gain. So, and we checked the blood glucose level during the experimental feeding. So, and the blood glucose level throughout the experimental period was significantly lower in high dose guanidine C group compared with the control and the NAFLD group. And also, and yes, and we try to do to check the insulin sensitivity using a ITT assay. Insulin tolerance was found to be significantly lower in high creatine C group compared with NAFLD group, like here. So it has been considered that the mice ingest the high dose of creatine C has improved insulin sensitivity and suppressed the increased blood glucose level. And after the finishing the experimental feeding, and we take the organs and measure the liver weight and kidney weight. And the liver weight was significantly higher in NAFLD group, but significantly lower in the high creatine C group compared with the NAFLD group. But there is no significant difference of the kidney weight among all the groups. And also, we check the plasma lipid content level. And the creatine C group has a significantly lower total cholesterol and triglyceride and HDL cholesterol compared with NAFLD group. And for measuring the lipid content in liver, total lipid is actually significantly higher in NAFLD group, but significantly lower in high creatine C group compared with the NAFLD group. So this means high dose of the creatine C supplemented diet can positively suppress lipid accumulation in the liver. So protection of the hepatosteatosis. So to confirm that this biochemical analysis, we try to do a histological analysis. So in case of the NAFLD groups, we can see many lipid droplets like here. And also we can see some of the inflammatory foci also. But in case of the high creatine C group and high respiratory group, so lipid droplet accumulation is quite lower compared with the NAFLD group. And also, inflammatory foci also reduce in high respiratory groups. So by quantitative analysis of the histological image, high creatine C group and high respiratory group significantly lower steatosis area compared with NAFLD group. Maybe creatine C and resveratrol activate NPK. NPK may promote fatty acid beta oxidation and reduce fatty acid synthesis and TG accumulation in the liver. And also in case of the inflammatory marker using the measuring the foci number, so high level of creatine C and high level of the resveratrol group has a significantly reduced inflammatory foci compared with NAFLD group. So this means high dose creatine C and resveratrol could potentially reduce the hepatosteatosis and the consequence lowering the hepatic inflammation also. So prolong of NAFLD condition can lead insulin resistance and dyslipidemia and increase oxidative stress in the liver. The oxidative induced inflammation and finally occurring fibrosis. So here is a molecular mechanism involving the hepatic fibrosis. Key factor is a TGF-beta at its related signaling molecule. The resveratrol was reported to inhibit the TGF-beta signaling. And finally, reduce the collagen expression. So this means suppression of the hepatic fibrosis also. So, and we try to see mRNA level of the gene related with the hepatic fibrosis in the liver. Supplementation of the guanidine C and the resveratrol in the high dose may prevent the fibrosis progression by inhibiting the TGF-beta signaling pathway and eventually reducing the synthesis of collagen, which are major consequence of extracellular matrix. And we confirmed this mRNA difference. So, and which by histological analysis, we check the deposition of the collagen in the liver using a Sirius red staining method. So, guanidine C and resveratrol group inhibits fibrosis progression by inhibiting collagen deposition, like here, compared with the NAFLD group. So this is a summary of today's my presentation. So in the NAFLD modeled mice, and the choline and methionine deficient high fat diet feeding animal increase liver weight and lipid droplet, as well as the increased level of the TG were confirmed. The macrophage infiltration was throughout to be happened, and the fibrosis progression was also confirmed. So in case of the feeding with the resveratrol supplementation, we saw inhibition of the fibrosis and to some extent reduced fat deposition were observed. So in case of the guanidine C supplementation, improved insulin resistance and suppressed the rise of blood glucose level. In the liver, and the TC and the TG and lipid droplet were found to be reduced. And in the liver, inhibition of the fibrosis progression was also observed. So, and the supplementation with high dose of the guanidine C may have a protective effect against the fat deposition in the liver as well as hepatic fibrosis. Guanidine C and from meringue seed extract is a great candidate of nutraceutical for the prevention of the NAFLD. So, and finally, and I would like to say, and all of the collaborator member in our laboratory and the collaborator group in the Taiwan and some company, and especially thanks for the Tofa Kavia and Haruki Yoshiba at great contribution of this study. Thank you very much for your attention. Terima kasih.
Thank you so much, Prof. Hitoshi. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we come to the Q&A session. I open for 3 questions. Please raise your hand. Don't forget to mention your name and also your institutions. Okay, from the audience. And also for the participant who join us at the Zoom meeting, also can raise your hand, unmute your microphone, and maybe you can write your questions on the chat box. Yes, please, audience. Is there any questions? I think, okay. Yes, please. The operator, would you please over here? Okay, wait a second. This one. Okay. Please mention your name and also your institution. And the questions is for which speaker, okay? Okay, maybe you can speak directly loudly, please, while waiting the microphone, yes. Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
For Prof D, you Silverstrom from University of Texas. I like to ask you also a question. For us as a student who are not skilled yet about search about information used to be find valid 100% correct information. How can we as a student when searching for a source of learning citation for a report assessment through from AI and research journal website? Now that the information provided is accurate and can be used, because as you explained it before and earlier, that the two previous method, namely garbage in, garbage out, and trust and verify, in my opinion, it will be effective if you are used by expert people like a professor, doctor, and so on. How can we as a beginner can use simply apply these two methods so that we can use them to find the right learning source or information. Thank you.
Okay, so one questions. We'll keep it and I will give it your questions to Prof. Silverton later, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Prof. Irfanuddin, yes, please.
Because Professor D has message to me that if you have any question, please answer by your first. If you cannot answer it, so please email me, because when he compiled this presentation, she discussed with me. So maybe I will try to answer your question. So how about to you about young one who still new in learn something? So which means the important thing is that you have to learn from the trust resource. What is the trust resource? The first one is from your teacher. Okay, please verify it with your teacher, yeah. And then please you learn from the formal resources. What is formal resources for undergraduate student? Everyone knows, from the textbook or the journal. And probably already mentioned the example, trust and verify, which means that when you have new information and you have to verify it. Many website is a good website. For example, like probably said, present before from PubMed, or the resource from the formal institution like WHO, or from government and organization. So which means you have to trust, you have to verify the resources. I think this is maybe my representative from Probdi. Thank you.
Okay, next question, please. Maybe for Prof. Hitoshi, yeah. For Prof. Hitoshi. Okay, I'm waiting for the question from audience for Prof. Hitoshi because he has another meeting.
Tes. Oke, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi
Salam.
Cek. Cek. Oke. I want to ask to Professor Shirakawa. Good afternoon, Prof. My name is Dia Firdaus. I am a master student from Department of Chemistry, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, State University of Malang. I have a question regarding a challenging ethical dilemma because, in my opinion, this topic is still highly problematic. While on one side we desperately need drug discoveries, on the other we must maintain human animal treatment. I would like to know how is the ethical clearance established and what are the main challenges faced when balancing the necessity of drug discovery with the imperative for human animal treatment. Thank you, Prof.
For me? Oh.
He will leave this meeting soon. Is there any question for him before he left the plenary session? For Prof. Hitoshi, I think it's very interesting. If it is allowed, I would like to ask a question. Prof. Hitoshi?
Yes.
Yes, it's very interesting about the melinjo. It's genetic, right? Yeah. In Indonesia, we often consume it. How about in Japan? Is it also you consume as often as we are in Indonesia?
Yes. So, in case of the Japan, meninge seed extract and also guanosine seeds are not so popular because only the one company provides this kind of the product and as a nutraceutical. So of course some of the person knows very well, but almost person did not know do not know and meninge seed and meninge seed extract itself. But now sometimes we can also enjoy the emping here also. So maybe gradually this kind of the plant and the name is spread in the Japan also, I guess. But nobody knows the functionality of the meninge seed extract until this time. Thank you.
Here, most often when we consume it for, especially for the elderly people, they get, high uric acid.
Yeah. Important thing is actually, and as I mentioned in the actually, and of course, on the meninge seed itself has a high content of the purine. So, some of the risk of the high blood urinic level. But I checked the purine level of the meninge seed extract, but not so high. Maybe during the processing of the meninge seed extract preparation, some part of the purine content is actually removed. So, until this moment, meninge seed extract and ingestion is not a high risk of occurring the gout.
Better on. Thank you so much. Okay. Next questions from the second question, right? From Prof. Irfan.
Okay, about the clinical clearance for, okay. So for you of undergraduate students that you have to know that before some ingredients or methods is used to community or human, so these ingredients or methods has to doing the long step of research. As you know that there are 4 steps of clinical trial, and before that, before the clinical trial in human, so we have to do the research in basic science. We have to do in ingredient by themselves, maybe from the cell or from the animal, and this is the first step. And after they clear and they show the good result for the next step, before they doing the next step, so they have to do a very tight clinical ethical clearance. One is the issue that concerned by the ethical clearance officer is the background or the ingredients already tested with a good step, or is the background of theoretical background, it is already strong enough to do the next step. So it's very difficult to get the permission, like from let's say from FDA or Balai POM, to give the permit of that kind of ingredients. So that's why many kind of medicine, many kind of ingredients have a long step to get the permission. The very first my in my knowledge that the only very first step to doing human, the clinical trial step is only once. What is it? The COVID vaccine. Yes, it's only take 1 years. Normally, vaccines before we give to the human maybe takes in average 5 until 7 years. But because of pandemic, so WHO gave, okay, you can do that for 1 year before you do it to human. It is very tight. So we must become, so that's why, like Prof. Hitoshi said, that we have to collaborate it before we use it to the community. I think this is my answer. Thank you.
I think the time is up, but before we go into the conclusion, I would like to invite all the speakers to give their closing remarks.
Okay.
Maybe from Prof. Hitoshi first.
Yeah.
Would you please
Please.
give us the briefly closing remarks?
Thank you.
Is there anything want you say to us, Prof. Hitoshi?
Yes, and unfortunately, and in this time is I cannot join to this kind of very good meeting in on site. So hopefully, and I would like to invite and visit to the Malang. And actually, and 2 years ago, and I visited to the Malang once. So and I know that is a very very beautiful place. So and very very luxury place. So my understanding. So and I hope and I will go to the Malang again in the future. Thank you very much.
To wait you in Malang in person, Hitoshi. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, Prof. Irfan, maybe
Okay.
there's a closing remark.
My final resume is that especially for the young one, that whatever is your profession, medicine or nutritionist, exercise physiologist, very important thing is that you have to know what will you do, and then you have to be prepared for everything situation. So how do you prepare it? So please make strong your foundation of knowledge. You and be careful, like Professor D said, that we have a lot of data. We had a lot of big data. For example, AI is only statistic. Why? I already test it to my student. Okay, my student, please find out who is Irfan from AI. And they searching. And now maybe all of you know that I become popular man in last year because we have a scandal in our medical. So the first thing, Irfan is someone who control that scandal. So this is only thing about me, a few things. So which mean that AI is only statistic. Yeah. If this data always show in the AI, in the internet, so if we ask about it, so it will become that kind of person. So please be careful, like Professor D said, that please be sure, trust, but verify. I think that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Prof. Irfanuddin. A nice remarks. Closing remarks remind us that we can use AI, but should be careful and also do the verified. to the expert ones. Thank you so much, Prof. Irvan. And this is our last part of our plenary session. I would like to thanks again to all the incredible speakers, Professor Irfan and also Professor Silverton and Prof. Hitoshi. Thank you so much for joining us this ICoLiST 2025. And also please give applause for our speaker and for all you all here. Thank you so much. And I return it to the MC. Professor Irfan, thank you so much.
Thank you very much to our keynote speaker for such an inspiring and insightful presentations. To express our gratitude and appreciation, we would like to invite Dr. Vivi to come forward and present the certificate of appreciation to our keynote speaker.
We truly appreciate your valuable contribution to today's session. Now we kindly invite the moderator to all speakers to return to their seats. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed to plenary session 2.
In this session, we will once again have opportunity to learn from outstanding experts across Asia.
Please allow me to introduce the moderator for the session, Mr. Bagus Priambodo, PhD.
Mr. Bagus Priambodo, PhD, is an assistant professor at Universitas Negeri Malang.
Now we would like to invite Mr. Bagus Priambodo, PhD, to come forward and take his place on stage. Please give him a round of applause.
Next, we are honored to welcome our 3 plenary speakers for the session. Professor Ling Tao Chuan, PhD from the University of Malaya, Malaysia. Dr. Chu Hock Tan from National Tsinghua University, Taiwan. Dr. Panupong from Chulalongkorn University, Thailand.
Please welcome our distinguished speakers to the stage with a big round of applause.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So now we are in the second plenary sessions. Now, in front of all of you, we have our experts from Malaysia and Taiwan, and also from Thailand, which joining us from Zoom meeting. So for the beginning, let me briefly introduce about their CV. Or operator, could you help me to show the CV of our keynote speakers? Okay. So for the first keynote speaker, we have Professor Ling Tao Chuan, PhD from University Malaya. Now he is a professor in Institute of Biological Science, Faculty of Science, University Malaya. Yeah, I will not talk in detail, but I will talk in shortly. So he got the PhD from Birmingham University, United Kingdom, and his research focus on bioseparations technology and bioprocess intensifications. And for the second keynote speaker, we have Dr. Chu Hock Tan. Next slide. Yeah, Dr. Chu Hock Tan. He is the associate professor in School of Medicine, Institute of Bioinformatics and Structural Biology, and College of Life Science and Medicine in National Tsinghua University, Taiwan. And he got his PhD from University Malaya, and his research focus on molecular profiling on toxins and genes, about the toxicology, and also the drug reactions. For the third keynote speaker, we have Dr. Panupong Tamachuti from Chulalongkorn University. He is now assistant dean from Department of Biology, Faculty of Science from Chulalongkorn University. For his educational background, he got the PhD from University of Texas at Arlington, USA, and his research focus on hepatology, hepatoculture, systematics, and ecology. So, ladies and gentlemen, for the first keynote speaker, we will welcome Professor Ling to give the presentations. So for the time will be limited to 20 minutes for talk, and will be continued to Dr. Tan and Dr. Panupong. So please give a big applause to Professor Ling. So time is yours. Thank you. Oh yeah, for operator, could you help to share? All right.
So I think say good morning, right, to everyone. First of all, I wish to thank the organizing committee, especially Mr. Andri. He is the one who coordinating and the invitation of me to come here. So I wish to thank him. Okay, he is very helpful. So selamat siang, right? Okay. In Malaysia, we cakap selamat pagi. Okay, Indonesia we say selamat siang. So today I just like to share some of the research topics. Especially here we are talking about the microplastic removal in wastewater. We're using the microalgae, bacteria, nanoparticle synergy. So as you know that, especially in Asia, in Malaysia, Indonesia, we use a lot of plastic, right? So we use a lot of plastic bag, plastic container, everything because plastic is very cheap and very convenient, right? So however, although there has some benefit, they bring a lot of disadvantages. As you know that nowadays, the water, if you send to the lab, every water, like this bottled water, although it's produced by University Malang, if you test it, they consist of microplastic, right? Because the plastic can release to the water, right? So some research had indicated that I think Prof should know the microplastic will cause some physiological effect, right, to our body, right? So not only this, they also can cause bioaccumulation. So I think for biology students, you know what is bioaccumulation. So it means that if the small fish eating the microplastic, right? So their body will become concentrated, right? If they're eaten by the big fish, and then human being like to eat big fish, so our body also consists of microplastic. Just one of the example. So here, my students try to find some solutions using the natural way. But here we're using the what you call microalgae, right? Microalgae, I think Indonesia we call lupai? No. Algae. Agar, yes, agar, yes, because in our country we have a lot of sunlight. That's why we can produce a lot of agar, right? So, and then but here we try to combine with bacteria, right? The example my student study is bacillus, right? So as you know, bacillus is not harmful. So many food consists of bacillus as well, especially the yogurt drink, right? So they combine. Later I will explain to you why we combine this together, right? to solve this microplastic problem, right? In a green way means using the natural way. Huh? Okay, so next. So maybe I just introduce to you University Malaya, the SIP, also Huh? Just now your yes, the chairman Mr. Hendra mentioned about but here is University Malaya. So you know University Malaya is the oldest university in Malaysia, right? So these are the ranking. Okay, next is situated in Kuala Lumpur. So these are some brief introduction of my research area. So I'm doing more on bioseparation, green energy, and bioremediation. Okay, so next. Okay, so this is area of research. So what kind of research I am doing here? You can see that now I focus on bioprospecting. So you can see we try to manipulate the microorganisms to get some beneficial effect to human being, right? So like biology students, you know what is symbiosis, right? So symbiosis, how we can manipulate these bacteria and living organisms to gain some benefit from them, right? So from here, especially we have these microalgae, means algae, so they can produce just some introductions. They can produce some fuel. They can produce some DHA. They can produce some pigment, right? So especially microalgae, some microalgae not definitely in green color. Some microalgae they can appear in blue color, yellow color, right? So they also can produce some pigment for our food industry, right? So just some basis introduction of microalgae. Next. Right? So now we're talking about the water treatments. So water treatments like the plants, conventional plants, cannot effectively remove the microplastic. Means the conventional means the what method currently we use, right? So especially if you see, if we throw away the plastic bag, we throw away the container, right? So at the end, they cannot be destroyed. As you know, that microplastic is very robust, right? They are very stubborn. They cannot be destroyed, right? So at the meantime, we also try to produce the bioplastic. However, bioplastic at the moment is more expensive. Now we are talking about how to solve this synthetic bioplastic, right? Plastic. Okay, so it can persistence have what you call some effect, especially on human being. So you can see that this impact of microplastic, you can see how much microplastic have been produced, right? So you can see many types of our fish also consists of microplastic. The water, right? So this help these including immune dysfunctions, right? So these maybe physiologists know better, Okay, so these are the problems. So the source of microplastic, as I mentioned just now, So I think next. Okay, so these are just some introduction or revision for the water treatments. So we have 3 stages of water treatment. The first stage is primary treatments. So as you know, the main objective of primary treatments is to remove the solid waste, right? Solid waste which can be removed. So and secondary treatments mainly based on biological treatments, right? So the research I focus on is mainly on the secondary treatments. So we're using the microorganisms like bacteria, fungi, and others, algae to solve this. So these are the different methods. So like activated sludge, right? Aeration tanks, right? Sometimes you see that we use for the treatment, and tertiary treatments is the third treatment we're using like reverse osmosis, right? Chlorinations and aerations, or to kill all the microorganisms, right? So these are just introduction of the wastewater treatments. So I think you know this better, I think. Okay, so next. So as you can see, these are the background industrializations. So nowadays, I mean, especially our developing country, try to have these industrializations. So although they can bring some benefit, so it also bring a lot of these what you call disadvantages. You can see the pollutions, right? Pollution is everywhere. So we can see that we have this try to have this problem of water limitation, right? So if the water consists of plastic, so it's not good for us to use at irrigations and other sludge reuse. Means that we try to treat this waste in order to make it or to minimize the pollution. That's why it's very important, right? So, however, we have the current method I mentioned just now. I show you just now have the three methods, right? Primary, secondary, and tertiary. So, if you're using the conventional method, especially chemical method, it's very expensive and they cannot solve all this problem, right? That's why we try to use this biological way, right? So biological students, at least you have some contribution to your country, right? Okay, next. So how have humans changed the planet, right? So this what we can do, right? In order to contribute to a green environment for the next generation or for our current generation. So you know what to do, right? Right? Okay, so next. Okay, so now we can see, we go to biogenesis of nanoparticles by microalgae. So as you know that microalgae can produce phytochemical like metal-chelating agents and reactive oxygen species that will interact with the nano-sized matter, right? So these are introduction, right? They are very low cost, right? Because we only can feed them with very simple carbons. They can survive and then can replicate. And they are small organisms. That's why they can replicate very fast. And then we can control them. So microalgae can be synthesized as nanoparticle as well, right? Okay. So why we want to synthesize a nanoparticle? Because maybe we can reuse it, right? And when you can reuse it, we can save the cost. Okay. So next. So these are microalgae bacteria co-culture. So you may ask me why we need to combine the microalgae and bacteria. So you learn some symbiosis, right? Yes, so they can bring benefit to both of them, right? So we need to see these mechanisms, how it works. If you understand the mechanisms, you can try to design some process which can solve the matter better or increase the performance. So means that we use this consortium, we can increase the performance of microplastic degradations, right? So how this works? You can see that we have microalgae, so they can decompositions and of the organic waste, and then this nutrient can be uptaken by the bacteria, and then bacteria do some respirations, and then they provide dirt. What to the microalgae? So if photosynthesis, what they can produce? oxygen, right? So this oxygen will be absorbed by bacteria. So we use aerobic. Huh? So biological student, you know what is anaerobic and aerobic, right? So you can see they have benefit to each other, right? That's why they can increase the performance, right? So they can make the algae grow better. The bacteria also grow better, right? So this we call symbiosis, right? So they can improve the performance of microplastic degradation. If using the microalgae alone, the efficiency is lower, right? If using the bacteria alone, the efficiency is lower, right? So this example doesn't mean that only for microplastic. So if you want to use microalgae to produce biofuel, you also can use this symbiosis. We can combine with bacteria, right? So some of my students doing this for the symbiosis of microalgae and bacteria to produce biofuel, right? Another student doing how to reduce the oil pollution, right? They can try to degrade the oil. Okay, next. Okay, so now you understand the mechanisms. If you understand the mechanism, you need to have some experimental design how we can achieve the objective, right? So you can see we try to harvest the bacteria from the sample, wastewater sample. So why we need to isolate this bacteria, localized bacteria? Why? So you can isolate the bacteria from the source of our Indonesia wastewater plants, because if you isolate the bacteria, means the localized bacteria, they are more robust. They are more suitable for our environment. Understand? Right? That's why we isolate the bacteria, and then we have this microalgae and then co-culture, right? We put in some nanoparticle and then we put in some microplastic, and then you can determine the microplastic degradation, right? And then you do some analysis. Okay, so these are the lab scale role of ion nanoparticles. Why we need to incorporate this ion particle in order to improve the performance, right? Next.
Professor Ling, sorry, we have 1 minute left.
Okay, almost finished.
Sorry.
Okay, so these are the research to-do list. I think you can read by yourself. Okay, so I think most of students know what to do. Okay, next. Okay, so research design, next. So these are the research design. Step 1, we need to characterizing algae growth in the monoculture, introduce bacteria, right, to co-culture and apply the nanoparticle to test ROS, biofilm, and degradation. As I mentioned, the diagram to you just now. Okay, next. So these are the significance. So you can see we can addressing the global microplastic pollution problem, right? So we also align with SDGs for clean water and sanitation. So as you know that we are talking about every company, or we're talking about environmental, society, and governance, ESG, right? So this we can expressing this SDG for clean water and sanitation. Next. Okay, so we have these contributions to the country. So I think it's almost the same. This is particular for Malaysia. I think Indonesia also going for the green technology master plan and waste to energy plants, right? So I think no need for the next. Okay, so these are the future focus. So we have these bioresource valorizations, green nanoparticle, advantages of waste treatments. So for bioremediations. So basically it's some introductions, and we hope for have any collaboration between University Malang and other university. Okay, thank you. So you have any question, you can free to ask me, right? Thank you.
All right, thank you, Professor Ling, to share the important function of nanotechnology for environmental sustainability. So for the next speaker, will take us to the medicine and evolutionary research. So please welcome Dr. Chu Hock Tan from National Tsinghua University, Taiwan. Let's give big applause for him.
Hello. Hi, selamat siang. Okay, very good. Good morning. Yeah, good morning to everyone. I'm Chu Hock Tan. I'm also a Malaysian, but I'm currently working in Taiwan. So, first of all, of course, thank you, big thank you to the organizer and also Dr. Hendra, Mr. Andre for the invitation, so that I can share with you some of my past, recent, ongoing research findings. While waiting for the slides to load up. Okay, so thank you very much. Can you go to next? Next. Okay, next. I have to keep doing this. Okay, sorry. Okay, so my research is pretty much about, snake venom. Okay, I'm particularly interested in the venom proteins. The next. Next, please. Okay. Okay, so just to give you a brief idea that snakes are really diverse in terms of not just only the morphology, but also the venom of bisa, bisa yang dia produce. Next. So with the great diversity of snakes, of course, that comes with the variability or the variation perbedaannya dalam bisa or the venom proteins. Next. And this has an implication, of course, on the bioactivity of the venoms and the toxicity, and of course, the antigenicity, which is going to determine how effective the antivenoms or the treatment is going to be. Next. Okay, so in the lab, what we've been doing is, it depends on what are the samples that we have. For example, over the left-hand side here, we have the venoms or the bisa, yang the milking daripada, for example, in this is a snake, so it's a species of king cobra. Next. Then what you can do is we can look into the composition of the proteins, and that will be the proteomics part. And if we got the tissues, for example, like the venom gland tissues from the snakes, then you can proceed with the transcriptomics and the genomics to look at the genes, including the gene expressions and so on. So the examples that we have here, sorry, I need to move around because I can't see. Okay, so with this, I think what we can do is, for example, like apart from elucidating or explaining the evolution, the perkembangan ular, in the different parts of the world, we can also look into the venom composition. Can you next? Thank you very much. Okay. Next, okay, then you will see the structure of the proteins, the compositions of the proteins, and by simple work such as ELISA, for example, you can look at the antigens, the immunorecognition by the different antivenoms, and also on the other side, that's about the treatment of the snake bite. Okay, then next. Okay, so can you make a guess? Ular apa ni? Ini ular apa? King cobra, yes. Without king, it's different cobra, okay? So this is a king cobra. So it's the largest venomous snake, ular lanang ataupun ular king cobra. Next, please. So one of the my student is currently looking at the geographical variation of this species, which is now actually the spoiler. Okay, so there are actually 4 species, but we are looking at the main 2 species that's relevant to our Southeast Asia, including Indonesia, as you can see there. Next. Okay, so this is how it looks like. If you love it, please bring it home. Then on the other side, we have the real cobra. This is a naja ataupun ular sendok. There are many of them in Southeast Asia. Next. Next, okay. So I'm going to show you one example of the series that we do is on the monocle cobra that we found geographical variation for samples collecting from Malaysia and then Thailand and also Vietnam. Next. Next, okay. So you can see that the Thailand one apparently has a lot more long neurotoxins. Next. And this is functionally, this is shown in the proteomics. Next. Then you will see that when you're doing this nerve muscle preparation, this is very much a physiological and pharmacological kind of experiment. You will see the muscle twitch, sebab dia paralysis, paralyzed. So it actually develops very fast. And in terms of LG50, LG50 is a median lethal dose. The lower it is, the more lethal. Yeah, lagi bahaya, the venom. So you can see the Thai venom is the most lethal one. Next. Then we've done some experiments to look at antivenom, okay, the serum, for example. So this is the antivenom from Thailand. There's only one for this species. But you see that in different countries or in different locations, it shows that the more neurotoxic a venom is, you will require more antivenom. Next. And then, okay. And also, next, please. Okay. So you will see that the early that you infuse or perawatannya diberi, the earlier the antivenom treatment, the better prognosis, okay, to reserve the muscle function. Next, please. And another one is, of course, when you have to do the animal experiment as well, preclinically. So you will see that, next, please. In the animals that you give antivenom, you have a challenge. That is, the more neurotoxins the venom is, then you will need more antivenom and also longer time for the recovery, okay? So next, please. So all these paralysis there disebabkan this alpha neurotoxin, which blocks the post-synaptic nicotinic receptors, okay? And this alpha neurotoxin is found in all the different species from all over the Asia. And next, please. You will see a correlation between the LD50 and also the abundance, yeah, of the alpha neurotoxins in the venom. Next, please. Then as we look at the bigger picture, you will see that as you transit from the west to the east, you'll see that the alpha neurotoxins, there are two main types. One is the long chain, and the other one is a short chain. You will see that more and more short chains takes over, yeah, the long chain alpha neurotoxins in the different cobras, including ular sendok, the Najasputa tricks that you have in Java. Okay. Next, please. So these are the different neurotoxic snakes, not just only cobras, king cobras, there are also craigs, sea snakes, sea craigs, and so on. Then all of these, we face one challenge, that is the neurotoxins. Next, please. Then we thought of, because the antivenoms that we have is only for certain species, in certain region, right? Or certain, only like, for example, in Indonesia or in Thailand. So if we can identify through proteomics and so on, then we purify the venoms and the toxins from relevant species. We combine them, then it's going to be a cocktail, campuran, yeah, yang berkesan, that you can actually produce maybe universal antivenom. Okay, so this is an idea that we are trying to do so that you can produce one antivenom product that will work for many different species for different neurotoxins. Okay, next, please. Now, this is one of the clades that is called the red-headed clades. But of course, more common that you will see in Indonesia and also Malaysia is this ular welling, right? New ular welling, Bangladesh candidus and also Bangladesh fasciatus. Kesan pembisaannya, the envenomation is paralysis as well. Okay, so they have alpha neurotoxins. Some of them have the alpha neurotoxins, but more they actually contain phospholipase A2. Next, please. And this phospholipase A2 is an enzyme that is very specific to neuron targets. It causes degeneration, means it damages, it destroys the synapses, especially presynaptic. You know, when you study the nerve muscle junction, the neuromuscular junction, there's a presynaptic and postsynaptic. This one, it destroys the presynaptic nerve terminal. So you can imagine, even if you have antivenom, tapi kerosakan pada saraf, fujung saraf, sudah terjadi, right? So it will take time. Yeah, the antivenom will not be able to help. That is why we say that this kind of paralysis is resistant to antivenom. Okay, next please. Therefore, we think that before antivenom diberikan, you should have something like a first aid, you know, yeah, sebelum antivenom. So a small molecule inhibitor, for example, like this case is a valesplodip, which is an phospholipase A2, there's a enzyme inhibitor. So this is enzyme, we use it in animal models and show that it can inhibit the neurotoxicity for different ular variant. Ya, ini semua bangarus dari South Asia, and also East Asia, right? Okay, next please. And therefore, we actually shows that small molecule inhibitors, it can be repurposed for presynaptic neurotoxicity that can be an adjunct and first aid use apart from antivenom. Antivenom ataupun antibisa ular, yeah, the serum is a standard, but you should also have something like small molecule inhibitor. Okay, and this is particularly useful for plagues or bangalas. Okay, next please. Okay. And apart from these antivenoms, you know, and perawatan, we also can get something from the snake venom, that is bioactive molecules, okay? Because these venom proteins, they contains a lot of proteins which are pharmacologically active, and also they are different from species to species, so you can actually try to do some bioapplication. For example, like in this case, is venom detection tool for diagnostic development. So we have one here that is using the antibodies raised from specific ular cobra, and then you can come up with a diagnostic kit. It's just that you diagnose for certain infection. Yeah, sebab ular, kebanyakan patients, if you bitten by the ular, by snake, you may not be able to tell what species they are. Right, and then you go to hospital, you just tell the doctor you are bitten by a snake, but you don't know the species. And in some places, the antivenom has to be specific to the species. Okay, so the diagnosis is important. Therefore, we can come up with a diagnostic kit. And on the other side, you have this one that is for the 4 major species in Southeast Asia. All right, including the cobra, the crickets, and then the Malayan pit viper, which is Calosarasma rhodostoma, also found in Java. Yeah. And the Trimeresurus as well, okay, which is like Trimeresurus arborabilis or Trimeresurus insularis, green pit viper, okay. All right, next. And from the perspective of drug discovery, it is also possible to find some bioactive proteins that you can use it for biomedical use. Example, like some new cytotoxic proteins from cobras, it can be used to check for cancer cells, because some cancer cells are very sensitive to the protein from snake venom. So if you do the assay, you can show that the snake venom kills the cancer cell more than normal cell, then there is a selectivity, right? Okay, means it prefers to kill the cancer cell. So in that direction, you can actually try to develop anti-cancer new drugs in that direction, okay? And there are other use, for example, like some block certain pain signaling channels, and that can be used for painkiller, and some ular, you know, like for example, the green pit vipers, okay, which you also find in Java here, the green one on the tree, okay? So they cause bleeding, right? Perdarahan, yeah, perdarahan. So what is in the venom is not something for paralysis. It will not paralyze you, but it makes you bleed. You keep on bleeding and bleeding. So you can imagine inside the venom has something that function like anticoagulant, anticoagulant. So these are the proteins that you can actually use it to develop new drugs for anticoagulant. Then it will reduce heart attack, stroke risk, and so on and so forth. Is that all right? Okay, so many more the biomedical properties or biomedical applications that you can find from the snake venom, not just only anti-cancer painkiller, but it can also be like anticoagulant, or it can also kill bacteria and kill viruses and so on. Okay, all right, next, please. Now, my conclusion, therefore, is to show you that the snake venoms are really diverse. They are very variable between species and also within the same species. Okay, and they have so many bioactive proteins that you need to study in order to understand the mechanism or the toxicity, yeah, specific to each of the snakes, because you want to find the best way for treatment in case of snake bite, yeah, snake bite envenomation. But at the same time, these proteins, these venom proteins, although they are toxic, but if you use it well, you research it and you use it well, you design it, you can actually in the direction for discovery of biomedical application, such as new drug discovery. Is all right? Okay. So we call that, a phrase from gene to fang, and then from fang to bench, and we hopefully can also do something from the bench to bedside, all right, to patient, to clinical application, and so on. Okay, so that is basically my short presentation. I hope you enjoy it. And of course, collaboration is welcome, whether it is in the form of materials, actually, because we both share almost the same ula. Although species is different, venom is different, antivenom is different. And I think the molecule will be different. So there's something, interesting for us to start the kind of research together. Yeah. All right. Thank you very much. Next, please. I think that's the last slide. Is there any next? Okay. Thank you very much to all the collaborations. And next. Okay. Next. Okay, thank you, slide. So terima kasih. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Tan, for showing us about the biological diversity. I think everyone is excited when Dr. Tan show us the snake species or ular. Okay, so for the third keynote speaker, now we have Dr. Panupong Tamachoti. I hope he is already joining us from Zoom meeting.
Yes, I'm here.
Actually, he is one of my friends. So
Oh, yeah.
usually we call him Arm.
Yes.
Can you hear me, Dr. Arm?
Yes, yes, I hear you. Thank you. Do you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Welcome, Arm, Dr. Arm. So
Yes.
now, previously we are studying about the snake. Now we will study about the skin, another reptiles. So please welcome Dr. Pati. Sorry, the time is limited for 20 minutes. So the screen is yours.
Thank you. Okay, can someone share my slide, please? Or do you want me to share my own slide?
Actually, I give already the slide. Please wait a moment.
Okay, thank you. Or do you want me to share my own?
Yeah, or you
Okay.
just share your screen directly. Okay, we can see your screen, but it hasn't full screen yet. Okay.
Okay, I will start
Yeah.
by my own. Okay. Okay, so good evening, everyone. My name is Phanupong Thamachot Jarunot. I am an assistant professor in the Department of Biology, Faculty of Science, Chulalongkorn University in Bangkok, Thailand. So it's my honor to be here, and thank you, Bagus, for inviting me to see you guys today. So what I'm gonna talk today is my research and also my student research as well. So we work together. I'm sorry. So my topics that I would like to talk today is about molecular phylogeny and morphology of the grandison forest skinks, Sphenomorphus grandisoni in Thailand. So first of all, I would like to introduce you about the genus Sphenomorphus, which is the small skinks. So the total species of Sphenomorphus skinks, we have about 115 species. In Indonesia, you guys have about 50 species of this genus, which is very diverse skinks. But in my country, in Thailand, we have about 11 species. And one species that very important and very interesting to study is the Sphenomorphus grandisoni, which is the small and diminutive skinks in northern Thailand. So the Sphenomorphus grandisoni have been described almost 100 years by Dr. Taylor. So it's described in 1962. The type locality is in Uttarakhand province, which is you see the red circle. And recently, when I went to the field and we found two more population of this species in Nan province and in Phra province in mountain forest. So this is the skinks that very small. You see, it's very small, and it's living only in the mountain forest. So this is also the endemism animals in northern Thailand. So the character is very unique because you see that the hind limb and forelimb is very short and they cannot meet. And also they have a great chin shield and the occipital scales are small. So this is the main character of this species. However, there are two more sister species, which is the Sphenomorphus indicus and Sphenomorphus maculatus. But the grandison or grandisoni species are different because Sphenomorphus indicus and Sphenomorphus maculatus are the lowland species, but the grandison is the highland species. In terms of the morphology, the indicus and maculatus has a longer limb and have a larger occipital scales or head scale, but the Grandisoni has very small occipital scale. So in this study, we will have two parts to examine the evolutionary relationships between these three species, these three sister species. We will use molecular phylogeny and we will use morphology to examine the relationship. So the objective of this study, we will use phylogenetic relationship and morphological variation to examine the relationships. So first we start with collecting animals. We collect Grandisoni skins from Nan province and Phra province. We found 9 specimens or 9 samples from Nan province and we found 2 more samples from Phra province. And then we collect tissue and examine the molecular work by starting by genomic DNA extraction. And then we amplify the genetic data by using PCR. We use 4 genes, including 16S, ND2, R35, and NGFB. 16S and ND2 are mitochondrial genes, and R35 and NGFB are the nuclear gene. So we both examine mitochondria and nuclear gene. And then we use barcode tag sequencing, which is the next generation sequencing to see the genetic relationships. And after that, we use 2 programs, including Mega10 and also Bayesian analysis for perform the phylogenetics analysis. For the first results of the phylogenetic analysis, we examine the 16S gene. So we found that with 3 sister species, Grandisoni are separate from Maculatus and Indicus. You see from the tree, the Grandisoni separate from Maculatus and Indicus by having cincella among them. For the result of ND2, which is another mitochondrial gene, the result also the same because we have cincella among Maculatus, Indicus, and Grandisoni. For nuclear gene R35, we also have cincella lyricii among Maculatus, Indicus, and Grandisoni. So this is quite obvious that this is not the same genus. But NGFB gene, we found that it's still monophyletic relationships between Sphenopus, Indicus, Maculatus, and Grandisoni. For discussion on the molecular part, I think you will see that the Grandisoni are separate from other 2 Sphenopus. So we think it might be a potential new genus of the skinks in Thailand. And within the Grandisoni, we have 2 populations. You see the red color is the pair population and the purple color is the non-population. So with genetic distinct, I also think this might be 2 species. So after that, we examine morphological character. So we examine more than 13 characters, and we use principal component analysis to separate between 2 populations. And we found that Nan province are separate from Phra province. So we also think it might be a potential new species. So there are 2 characters that might use to separate between 2 species or 2 population from Nan and Phra province. The first one is the mid-body scale roll. In Nan province, they have about 30 to 31 mid-body scale roll, but in Phra province, they have about 33 to 34 scale roll. And also, in terms of the subdigital lamella, we found that in Nan province, there are 12 to 13 lamella, but in Phra province, they have about 16 to 17 lamella. So this is the character that we can differentiate between two populations. And we also found that the potential this species might be the potential new genus because it's different from other species of the Spinosaurus by having very short limb and great chin shield and also a small temporal scale. So we think this might be a new genus and a new species out of Spinosaurus. And this is the first report of the Grandisonine genetic data because this species is really rare and really limit in terms of the specimen collection. And we also examine a lot of morphological character, which is clarifying the morphological data, which is very limited when it was originally described almost 100 years ago. So in conclusion, we can use our result for a classification, which is we will describe a new genus and new species soon. And also we found that the Spinosaurus are cryptic species, and we will still have a lot of new species out of this genus. We also shed light on the species diversity of reptiles in Thailand, and the data can use for conservation in the near future. So I would like to thank my Department of Biology, Faculty of Science, Chulalongkorn University, and also the Plant Genetic Conservation Project for giving us the suggestion. I would like to thank research grants. The first one, the research grant from New Scholar Office of the Ministry of Higher Education, Science, Research and Innovation of Thailand, and also the grant from National Science and Technology Development Agency, Thailand. I'd like to thank my lab member and also my students. And thank you for your kind attention. That's it for my presentation.
Okay, Dr. Arm, thank you very much for your presentations. So from now, we would like to invite again Professor Ling and Dr. Tan to back to the stage because we are open for Q&A sessions. For those audience have questions, just raise your hand and state your name and affiliations. Anyone has questions? Yes, over there, over there. We are limited to 3 questions, okay? 1, 2, and then in front of 1, okay. So, okay.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Salam.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Zuhita, and I'm one of the undergraduate students here in Universitas Negeri Malang. I have a question for Professor Ling Tao Chuan. Sorry if I said that name wrong. I want to talk about the microalgae leading topic a little bit. We all know that microalgae is one of the leading substance for biofuel productions, right, for renewable energies. And from the papers that I've read, there are certain stress factors for microalgae to increase the lipid productions, such as saline stress, and then there's nutritional deficiencies and light temperatures, etc. But we also know that these nutritional deficiencies and stress factors, they could inhibit the growth of the microalgae, which means I could only assume that the microalgae will die off eventually. Does this mean that we have to need to add more microalgae culture to the process, or is there like a sustainable way or yeah, a sustainable process to stabilize these stress factors inside of the process. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your questions. So regarding to the stress, right? Yes. So we try to, one of my students try to limit the supply of, I think, protein. So want to increase nitrogen sources. So when you increase the stress, it can produce more lipid. It depends on what product you want. So we can test it, right? So to increase the stress. So they can produce, sometimes because of this stress, they produce more lipid. It depends on the situation, right? So for my case, we use a bacteria. Actually, this bacteria is to function as symbiosis. So they also can improve the performance of producing of lipid, producing of food for the bacteria. Welcome.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. For the second questions, I hope it's for Dr. Tan and Dr. Panopong.
Can I also ask to Professor Ling, sir?
Professor links again. Okay.
Can I?
Yes.
For Professor Ling? Oh, sorry. Can I also ask to Professor Ling?
Yes.
Okay. Before it, welcome to Malang, Prof. And I hope you will enjoy all of things in Malang. And I'm so sorry if my question is not specific for biology because I am from biology education. Thank you very much for your presentation that give me a lot of new things, especially in microalga. And it reminds me that nature always have the solution for itself, right? Talking about nanotechnology, Professor, maybe it is a little bit hard topic for our society. If I delivered it topic, maybe it will be hard to understand for our society because nanotechnology is new for us, for the society. But we know that our society is the main role for use this microalga for maybe decrease the microplastic effect in their environment. So maybe do you have any story or experiment or maybe research that engage our community to use this microalga? Maybe is there any simple ways for the community can use microalga to utilize microplastic? Maybe have any possibility in the future. Thank you very much.
It's okay. I hope you can hear me. So actually, I have a project, it's a consultancy project, is involved in community. So because of, we try to solve the heavy metal pollution in a lake. So actually this is very simple. We can culture the microalgae and combine with the bacteria, and then we release into the lake, right? Lake is a pond conceived of heavy metal. So these will make the what you call the microalgae and bacteria that can grow and have symbiosis itself, so they can solve these heavy metal pollutions. It's not doesn't matter what source of pollution. If I have another student also doing with the oil pollution, they can degrade the petroleum oil so they can solve it. So this is very simple technology. It's not very complicated.
Maybe is there any simple tools to use for our community, Professor? Maybe I can give the information for my neighbor, maybe to use microalga. Simple tools maybe like yeah, simple tools can we use in our home? Is there any change to use our tools in home?
Uh, Simple way, but we still need to test the nutrient. We cannot simply put the microalgae in the pond because we need to test whether the algae is suitable for the pond or not. And then we need to test the pH, the nutrient contents of the pond. So, but if you are interested, maybe you can further your master or PhD under University Malang, and then you can learn some technique. Huh? Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor.
Okay. Yeah. Now the third one, I think, in the front seat. Yeah.
I'm sorry, sir. My question is reversed to Professor Ling also. Is it?
Yeah. Actually, we have two another speakers. So please, I think another questions for Dr. Tan or for Dr. Panupong.
All right.
So
So
yeah. Do you have any questions for Dr. Tan?
no, I'm not.
Or maybe another, yeah, another questions from Irfan. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
Thank you. I have a question to Dr. Cho. Said you have congratulations that you have a long research about the phenomena. It's very, very useful. So my question is that, like you said, that the very so many kind of snakes diversity, and of course actually we know that for one snakes it is better use one antivenom specifically. But in Indonesia, you said that there is not every healthcare facility have antivenom. So my question is that, yeah, our dream is maybe you have a success to find the general antivenom for all so many kind of snake. But my question from your research maybe, is there any alternative if one healthcare facility have no antivenom? Maybe like some kind of ingredients or some kind of medicine to use temporary to neutralize the visa tadi or the venom from the snake. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you very much, Pak, for the very challenging question. Yeah, usually the antivenom is species specific and still recognized by the guideline or the WHO guideline, for example, antivenom is the definitive treatment. So it's a gold standard treatment that you have to give it regardlessly. And as to non-antivenom based treatment that you can use maybe before the arrival of antivenom or when antivenom is not available in some hospital, for example, then it will depend on the symptomatic treatment and also perhaps if you know the species and then there are some, currently on clinical trial, that's what we call the inhibitors kind of medical or compounds. So those are small molecule inhibitors that acts on a certain compounds or a certain proteins, like some proteases in the venom or phospholipases in the venom. But that again, you have to know what is the species, then whether that inhibitor is useful or not. Yeah, so those are the non-antivenom based treatments that we may see in the future that is coming out. Thank you.
Okay, so is it okay, Pak Irfan? All right, thank you. I think we still have time, so one more questions.
Me, Pak Bagus.
Where is it? Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much for the time and opportunity. I want to ask a question for Dr. Panupong. Okay. So that you concerned about the skink for your research currently, I would like to ask you about what the skink role to the environment? And then in your area, maybe at your studies area, what are your opinion about the influence of climate change to the skiing distribution population? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your question. So I think the key role of skinks in the ecosystem is the predator and prey of so the predator for the insect, a lot of insect that skink can be can eat, and also it's also the prey of other vertebrate species. For example, is a prey of the snake, a prey of the other birds, something like that. And in terms of the climate change, I found that some of species of the skinks have been population decline recently because of the climate change and also because of the chemical contamination, especially the chemical that can change the hormone system of the skinks. So, for example, some pesticides or insecticides that can change the sex of the skinks is one of the main problem that the skinks is declining recently. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Ram. I think the time is running out. So once again, we would like to say thank you for three keynote speakers. Let's give a big applause for them. And now, yeah, I will bring back to the MC. Okay. Okay. So we have some small ceremony to give some certificates. Okay.
Right. To express our gratitude and appreciation, we would like to invite Mr. Bagus Priambodo, PhD, to come forward and present the certificate of appreciation to our keynote speakers.
Please enjoy the moment and take a picture together.
Mr. Parupong, please say hi to the camera because we want to have a photo session. Please pose for the camera. Okay, give your best pose.
Thank you
Thank
so
you
much.
very much for our moderator, Mr. Bagus Priambodo, PhD, and to our remarkable speakers, Professor Lim Hao Chuan, PhD, Dr. Chu Kok Pan, and Dr. Panupong Ki for such engaging and insightful presentation. We hope that we can meet Dr. Panupong for the next meeting in Malang, Indonesia.
I hope to see you guys soon as well. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our plenary sessions for this morning. We will now have a lunch break. Please take your time to relax, refresh, and network with other participants. Lunch will be served outside the room.
Ladies and gentlemen, for those who wish to perform prayers, please be informed that the room prayers or musala are available at level 9, 7, 5, and 1. Our committee members will be glad to assist you if you need any necessary help to finding the location. Untuk Bapak Ibu, teman-teman semua yang berkehendak untuk sholat, silahkan ke lantai ganjil 9, 7, 5, dan 1. Dan 3. Akan ada panitia di luar yang akan membantu. Terima kasih.
We will resume the program at 12:40 p.m. for the next session. Kembali lagi sebelum pukul 12.40 siang. Enjoy your lunch. Selamat makan siang.
feeling down.
Ain't nothing in this world, baby, just how you like it. So don't stop, won't stop till you make yourself proud. Nothing's
Gonna stop us, you know. Speak back our future. Nothing's gonna be out. Let's make our way, right.
To all keynote speakers and invited speakers, please enjoy the VIP room for the lunch at the left corner of this hall. To all keynote speaker and invited speakers, please enjoy the lunch at the left side outside the room.
You're trying to hit the number one, but don't forget you want your home high. Make every time count. Get the confidence build up and know what you afford. Your mom's on your way, cause perfection is so quick to pour. Nothing's gonna do it if we ain't. The art of achieving is when we are. Learning all day, learning all night. We'll shine, and you'll see me rushing.
Nothing's gonna stop us, no. Speak back our future. But let it shine. As the world keep moving, people will always keep cheap. So stop daydreaming about your broken heart. Set your goal up high, then you'll see the light shining brighter than the sun.
Let's clap together and sing along. Hello,
baby. Stand inside my words. See how then what turning and one stop. Stand dreaming, do not be dream. It's time to make a change.
it's here with us again.
Yeah, come on.
What?
It's a
CAKRHWALA.
Mindset University. People say that the world won't orbit around you. Cause it's so hard to look up when you're feeling down.
Ain't nothing in this world, baby, just how you like it. So don't stop, won't stop till you make yourself proud.
Nothing's gonna stop us, you know. Speak back our future. Nothing's gonna be out. Let's make our way, right. The light shine will be up. Give yourself. On baby. Inside my world. See how now can we one stop? Yeah, it's baby. It's real. It's time to make a change.
You're trying to hit the number one, but don't forget you want your home high. Make every time count. Get the confidence build up and know what you are for. Tell your moms on your way, cause perfection is so quick to pour. Nothing's gonna do it if we ain't. Move it. The art of achieving is when we are. Learning all day, learning all night. We'll shine, and you'll see me rushing. Nothing's gonna stop us now. But let it shine, as the world keep moving, people will always keep cheering. So stop daydreaming about your broken heart. Set your goal up high, then you'll see the light shining brighter than the sun. Let's clap together and sing along. Come on, baby. Step inside my world. See how then we're turning and one stop. Stand dreaming, make me dream. It's time to make a change. It's here with us again.
Yeah, come on.
What? It's a CAKRHWALA.
Mount State University. People say that the world won't orbit around you. Cause it's so hard to look up when you're feeling down.
Ain't nothing in this world, baby, just how you like it. So don't stop, won't stop till you make yourself proud. Nothing's
Gonna stop us, you know. Prepare our future. Nothing's gonna be out. Let's make our way right. The lucky shine will be up. Is yourself. Baby, start inside my world. See how now turning and one stop. We ain't free, baby. It's real. It's time to make a change.
You're trying to get the number one, but don't forget you want your home high. Make every time count. Get the confidence build up and know what you are for. Tell your moms on your way, cause perfection is so quick to pour. Nothing's gonna do it if we ain't. Move it. The art of achieving is when we are. Learning all day, learning all night. We'll shine, and you'll see me rushing.
It's gonna stop us now. Prepare our future. It's not already right. But let it shine, you know. As the world keep moving, people will always keep cheering. So stop daydreaming about your broken heart. Set your goal up high, then you'll see the light shining brighter than the sun.
Let's clap together and sing along. Come on,
baby. Step inside my world. See how then we're turning and one stop. and dreaming, not your dream. It's time to make a change. Young dreaming, it's real. You make the change. Oh, baby, come on, baby. Young dreaming,
It's here with us again.
Yeah, come on.
What?
It's a
CAKRHWALA.
Mindset University. People say that the world won't orbit around you. Cause it's so hard to look up when you're feeling down.
There ain't nothing in this world, baby, just how you like it. So don't stop, won't stop till you make yourself proud.
Nothing's gonna stop us, you know. Prepare our future. It's coming out. Let's make our way right. The light shine will be up. It's yourself. Baby, start inside my world. Now, turning one stop. It's dreaming. It's real. It's time to make a change.
You're trying to get the number one, but don't forget what you want. You hold high, like every time count. Get the confidence build up and know what you are for. Then your arms on your way, cause perfection is so quick to pour. Nothing's gonna do it if we ain't. Move it. The art of achieving is when we are. Learning all day, learning all night. We'll shine, and you'll see me
Russian. It's gonna stop us now. Prepare our future. It's already tired. But let it shine. Be as the world keep moving, people will always keep cheering. So stop daydreaming about your broken heart. Set your goal up high, then you'll see the light shining brighter than the sun.
Let's clap together and sing along. Come on,
baby. Step inside my life. See how then we're turning and one stop. Stand dreaming, not your dream. It's time to make a change. Young dreaming, it's real. You make the change. Oh, baby, come on, baby. Young dreaming,
is here with us again.
Yeah, come on.
What?
It's
It's a CAKRHWALA.
Mount University. People say that the world won't orbit around you. Cause it's hard to look up when you're feeling down.
There ain't nothing in this world, baby, just how you like it. So don't stop, won't stop till you make yourself proud. Nothing's
Gonna stop us, you. Speak back our future. It's like alright, right.
the lucky shine will be up.
Yourself. Baby, start inside my world. See how now, tell me what's up. Yeah, it's me, baby. It's real. It's time to make a change.
You're trying to hit the number one, but don't forget what you want. You hold high, make every time count. Get that confidence build up and know what you are for. Then your mom's on your way, cause perfection is so quick to pour. Nothing's gonna do it if we ain't. Move it. The art of achieving is when we are. Learning all day, learning all night. We'll shine, and you'll see me rushing.
It's gonna stop us now. Speak back our future. It's not already right. But let it shine. Be yourself. As the world keep moving, people will always keep cheating. So stop daydreaming of your broken heart. Set your goal up high, then you'll see the light shining brighter than the sun.
Let's clap together and sing along. Hello,
baby. Step inside my world. See how then what turning and one stop. Stand dreaming, do not your dream. It's time to make a change. One stop. Yeah, dreaming. It's real. You make it do. Oh, baby, come on, baby. Now, turning in one side, yeah, dreaming.
it's here with us again.
Yeah, come on.
What? It's a CAKRHWALA.
Mount University. People say that the world won't orbit around you. Cause it's hard to look up when you're feeling down.
There ain't nothing in this world, baby, just how you like it. So don't stop, won't stop till you make yourself proud. Nothing's
Gonna stop us, you know. Speak back our future. It's like alright, right. The lucky shine will be up. Yourself. Baby, start inside my world. See how now turning was up. Yeah, it's baby. It's real. It's time to make a change.
You're trying to get the number one, but don't forget what you want. Your home high, make every time count. Get that confidence build up and know what you afford. Now your mom's on your way, cause perfection is so quick to pour. Nothing's gonna do it if we ain't. Move it. The art of achieving is when we are. Learning all day, learning all night. We'll shine, and you'll see me rushing.
It's gonna stop us now. That our future. It's not already tired. But let it shine. As the world keep moving, people will always keep cheering. So stop daydreaming what your broken heart. Set your goal up high, then you'll see the light shining brighter than the sun.
Let's clap together and sing along. Come on,
baby. Step inside my life. See how the we're turning and one stop. Stand dreaming, not your dream. It's time to make a change. One stop. Young dreaming, it's real. You make a change. Oh, baby, come on, baby. Now we're turning in one side. Young dreaming.
it's here with us again.
Yeah, come on.
What?
It's
a CAKRAWALA.
Mount State University. People say that the world won't orbit around you. Cause it's so hard to look up when you're feeling down.
Ain't nothing in this room, paper, just how you like it. So don't stop, won't stop till you make yourself proud.
Nothing's gonna stop us, no. Sweet back our future. Nothing's gonna be out. Let's make our way right. The lucky shine will be up. One day, I'm inside my world. See how now turning was up. Yeah, it's baby. It's real. It's time to make a change.
You're trying to get the number one, but don't forget what you want. Your home high, make every time count. Get that confidence build up and know what you afford. Now your mom's on your way, cause perfection is so quick to pour. Nothing's gonna do it if we ain't. Move it. The art of achieving is when we are. Learning all day, learning all night. We'll shine, and you'll see me rushing.
It's gonna stop us now. That our future. It's not already tired. But let it shine. As the world keep moving, people will always keep cheering. So stop daydreaming of your broken heart. Set your goal up high, then you'll see the light shining brighter than the sun.
Let's clap together and sing along. Come on,
baby. Step inside my world. See how the what turning and one stop. Stand dreaming, do not get dream. It's time to make a change.
it's here with us again.
Yeah, come on.
What?
It's
a CAKRHWALA.
State University. People say that the world won't orbit around you. Cause it's so hard to look up when you're feeling down.
Ain't nothing in this world, paper, just how you like it. So don't stop, won't stop till you make yourself proud. Nothing's
Gonna stop us, no. Prepare our future. Let's make our way, right. The lucky shine will be up. Yourself. On baby, what inside my world? Yeah, now tell me what's up. Yeah, it's baby. It's true. It's time to make a change.
You're trying to get the number one, but don't forget what you want. You hold high, make every time count. Get that confidence build up and know what you are for. Then your mom's on your way, cause perfection is so quick to pour. Nothing's gonna do it if we ain't moving. The art of achieving is when we are learning all day, learning all night. We'll shine, and you'll see me rising.
It's gonna stop us, no. Prepare our future. It's gonna already tired. But let it shine. As the world keep moving, people will always keep cheating. So stop daydreaming about your broken heart. Set your goal up high, then you'll see the light shining brighter than the sun.
Let's clap together and sing along. Come on,
baby. Stand inside my world. See how the what turning and one stop. Stand dreaming, do not get dream. It's time to make a change. One stop. Yeah, dreaming. It's real. To make a change. Oh, baby. Come on, baby.
It's here with us again.
Yeah, come on.
What? It's a CAKRAWALA.
Mount State University. People say that the world won't orbit around you. Cause it's so hard to look up when you're feeling down.
There ain't nothing in this world, baby, just how you like it. So don't stop, won't stop till you make yourself proud. Nothing's
Gonna stop us, no. Prepare our future. Happiness, Let's make our way, right. The lonely shine will be up. Is yourself. On baby, start inside my world. See how love can me one stop. Yeah, it's baby. It's real. It's time to make a change.
You're trying to hit the number one, but don't forget what you want. Keep your hope high, make every time count. Get that confidence build up and know what you are for. Tell your mom's on your way, cause perfection you're so quick to pour. Nothing's gonna do it if we ain't. Move it. The art of achieving is when we are. Learning all day, learning all night. We'll shine, and you'll see me right.
Nothing's gonna stop us now. Prepare our future. As the world keeps moving, people will always keep cheating. So stop daydreaming about your broken heart. Set your goal up high, then you'll see the light shining brighter than the sun.
Let's clap together and sing along. Come on,
baby. Start inside my world. See how the what turning and one stop. And dreaming, make it dream. It's time to make a change.
Okay.
it's here with us again.
Yeah, come on.
To all presenter and participant, please back to your seat. Our third plenary session will begin.
Mount State University. People say that the world won't orbit around you. Cause it's so hard to look up when you're feeling down.
Ain't nothing in this world, baby, just how you like it. Like it. So don't stop, won't stop till you make yourself proud. Nothing's
Gonna stop us, no. Prepare our future. Our peace, coming out. Let's make our way, right. The lonely shine will be up. Is yourself. On day, start inside my world. See how love can be one stop. We ain't dreaming, it's real. It's time to make a change.
You're trying to hit the number one, but don't forget what you want. Keep your hope high, make every time count. Get the confidence build up and know what you are for. There are bumps on your way, cause perfection is so quick to pour. Nothing's gonna do it if we ain't. Move it. The art of forgiveness when we are. Learning all day, learning all night. We'll shine, and you'll see me right.
It's gonna stop us now. Prepare our future. As the world keep moving, people will always keep cheating. So stop daydreaming about your broken heart. Set your goal up high, then you'll see the light shining brighter than the sun.
Let's clap together and sing along. Come on,
baby. Stand inside my world. See how then what turning and one stop. Stand dreaming, to make me dream. It's time to make a change. One stop. Yeah, dreaming. It's real. To make a change. Come on,
it's here with us again.
Yeah, come on.
What? It's a CAKRHWALA.
Marset University. People say that the world won't orbit around you.
It's here with us again.
Yeah, come on.
What? It's a CAKRHWALA.
Marset University. People say that the world won't orbit around you. Cause it's so hard to look up when you're feeling down.
There ain't nothing in this world, baby, just how you like it. Like it. So don't stop, won't stop till you make yourself proud. Nothing's
Gonna stop us, no. Prepare our future. Our peace, coming out. Let's make our way, right. The lonely shine will be up. Is yourself. On day, Start inside my world. See how love can me one stop. Yeah, it's dreaming. It's free. It's time to make a dream.
You're trying to hit the number one, but don't forget what you want. Keep your hope high, make every time count. Get that confidence build up and know what you are for. Then your bumps on your way, cause perfection is so quick to pour. Nothing's gonna do it if we ain't moving. The art of achieving is when we are learning all day, learning all night. We'll shine, and you'll see me right.
Nothing's gonna stop us now. Let all you already cried. But let me shine in the sky. As the world keep moving, people will always keep cheating. So stop daydreaming about your broken heart. Set your goal up high, then you'll see the light shining brighter than the sun.
Let's clap together and sing along. Come on,
baby. Step inside my world. See how long what turning and one stop. And dreaming, make me dream. It's time to make a change.
oh,
One stop. Yeah, dreaming. It's really you make a change. Oh, baby. Come on, baby. Turning one stop. Yeah, dreaming.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We hope you have enjoyed your lunch and had a refreshing break.
Now let's continue our exciting journey of knowledge sharing in plenary session 3. In this session, we will hear from another group of outstanding experts who will share their latest research and insight.
To begin, please allow me to introduce the moderator for this session, Mr. Fauzi Akbar Anugrah, PhD.
Now we would like to invite Mr. Fauzi Akbar Anugrah PhD to come forward and take his place on stage.
Next, we are honored to welcome our distinguished plenary speaker for the session, Dr. Nur Izzati Muhammad Nuh from University Technology Malaysia, Malaysia, Dr. Sofia Eri Rahayu from Universitas Negeri Malang, Indonesia, Dr. Ermin Rahmawati from UIN Maliki and EIV, Indonesia. Please welcome all our plenary speakers to the stage with a big round of applause.
All right. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. So my name is Fauzi. I will be the moderator for the third plenary session. So before we start the plenary session, I will try to introduce our keynote speakers for today. So we have empowering woman session here. So all the beautiful keynote speakers for this session. Okay. Um, Even though I know it's quite hard for us to have a plenary session after lunch, I know, but it's okay. So the first keynote speaker is Dr. Nur Izati Muhammad Dong. She is actually the associate professor in bioscience department in University Technology Malaysia. Dr. Nur Izati is a senior lecturer at the Department of Bioscience, Faculty Science of University Technology Malaysia. Her impressive academic journey includes a PhD in plant science from the University of Cambridge. Her research interest is at the forefront of her field, with a focus on synthetic biology and biochemistry on cyanobacteria and endophytes for productions of biological compounds. She has made significant contribution to the study of these areas, including investigation into microbial factories, bioplastics, and biorefinery. Her team's work also explored the potential of fatty acids from cyanobacteria from applications such as bioplastic and food emulsifier. Besides, her team's research on the application of plant endophytes for the productions of natural products through the modifications of biochemical pathways is a pioneering work in drug discovery. Dr. Izzati is a prolific researcher with a robust research record, including national and international research grants and publications. Her commitment to mentoring the next generation is evident through her supervision of 16 students, including those at the master and PhD levels. And the fact, one of those is myself. And the next speaker, the next keynote speaker is Dr. Sofia Eri Rahayu, SPD MSI. She is an associate professor from Universitas Negeri Malang. Dr. Sofia Eri Rahayu has degree from IKIP Malang in 1991 and master degree from Universitas Gajah Mada and doctoral degree from Universitas Brawijaya. Her research focus in zoology, especially about the insect, and her publication is so many about the insect and the larvacidal and the entomology. And our third keynote speaker is Dr. Ermin Rahmawati, M. Biomed. She is an assistant professor from Universitas Islam Negeri Maulana Malik Ibrahim, or UIN Maliki Malang. Dr. Ermin Rahmawati has graduated from Universitas Airlangga and for her master degree from Universitas Brawijaya and also the doctoral degree. Her research focus is biomedical science, pharmaceutical science, cardiovascular, and metabolic disease. Her recent publication is a lot of using development of RNA interferon using circulating miRNA like 4835P and 1555P as candidate for biomarkers for early diagnosis of acute coronary syndrome. Okay, so that's the profile of our keynote speakers for this session. Let's start with our first keynote speaker. I will give the time to Dr. Izati.
Hello. All right. So I'll use this mic here, because I usually whenever I teach my students, I move a lot. So it's better to move a lot, especially after the lunch hour. So by the way, thank you very much to Universitas Negeri Malang, to ICoLiST committee members for having me. It's really an honor to be here for the first time. I've been traveling a few times to Indonesia, but never to Malang. So this is my first time, which is the environment is totally different as compared to the other parts of Indonesia that I've been. All right, so I have 20 minutes, I guess. All right. So I believe we are here to talk about our research, and hopefully we can find or learn or relearn from one and each other. So the topic that I would like to present today, it's actually one of the research topics that we are conducting in our lab. So it's on engineering thermophilic cyanobacteria via synthetic biology for byproduct synthesis. And that's my name, Nur Izzati Muhammad Noh. Usually my students call me Dr. Izzati, but sometimes people also call me by the name Nur, by the name Iza. So really it doesn't matter because it's still my name. So yeah, so I'm from Department of Biosciences, Faculty of Science, University of Technology Malaysia in Johor Bahru, which is quite close compared to Kuala Lumpur, to the Surabaya International Airport. So Johor Bahru is quite a close one. There is a direct flight from Surabaya to Johor Bahru. Next, please. All right, so this is one of the hosts that we are using. So we are focusing on cyanobacteria, which may be the famous name that people call cyanobacteria is also microalgae. It's just that I prefer to call it cyanobacteria, just not to make people confused between the eukaryotic microalgae as well as prokaryotic microalgae, because cyanobacteria is actually a prokaryotic prokaryotic microalgae. The eukaryotic microalgae might have different features, but this is a prokaryote. So I usually in all my presentations or lectures, I would refer them as cyanobacteria. So similar to the other types of micro and macro algae, they can do photosynthesis, and of course they require the sunlight and carbon dioxide. So for that two reasons, which is the sunlight and carbon dioxide, which is very easy to grow, they don't require other carbon sources elements because they can make the carbons, the sugar by themselves. And for that reason, to us, it's very easy to work with it because we are focusing on the molecular biology parts of cyanobacteria, which I will share in my next few slides. Next. Next. Okay. I'm not sure if you can see this clearly or not, but these are some of the indigenous thermophilic cyanobacteria that we have collected from the hot springs in Malaysia. So we collected them. They are all pure cultures in our lab. So these are the filamentous. I guess everyone here knows what is the meaning of filamentous. So they are very interesting to study with. However, the challenge is the genome, because not many genome sequence or fully genome sequence of these cyanobacteria have been deposited in the NCBI. So next, please. Okay, so we have also some of the pure cultures of unicellular. So these are the unicellular. So most of our works, when we talk about the molecular biology of cyanobacteria, we are using the unicellular as our host because the unicellular is pretty much easier to do or to do genetic modification with, as well as the information in terms of their genome is quite pretty much established, although some of them are not yet, like especially the Glycopside Croococcus. So genome of these two genus, I think there is no information. Well, I would say maybe some information, but not the best information about their genome so far by the NCBI. But Synococcus elongatus and Thermosynococcus, their genome information is quite established by the NCBI. Next, please. Right, so because our project or our team is focusing on the genetic modification, like I mentioned just now. So we not only modifying the genetics, but at the same time, we introduce the genes from plants. So this is one of the project, which is quite a proud project, to be honest, because we are the first that ever being able to do this for Thermus in Malaysia. So what we did here, for your information, what we did here, this is actually the flavonoids biosynthesis pathway that usually can be found in the plants. So plants are a good resource for flavonoids. So they can synthesize flavonoids in quite a good amount. But then, however, the question is, how many plants do we need to survive or we need to destroy in order to get certain amount of flavonoids? So that was the key main idea that came to us. Can we replace plants as the host for flavonoids resources? So what we did was we learned about the pathway and we identified there are three actually, three very important enzymes, which are the 4CL, CHS, and CHI. There is a reason actually why we couldn't, well, at the beginning of the project, we tried to insert 4CL, CHS, and CHI into the genome of the Thermosynococcus. However, we tried that many times and it failed. Maybe because it was too much, it was a burden to the host, because we are trying to introduce the plant enzymes or the plant genes, which is quite long actually, into Thermosynococcus. So we believe that it was a burden to the host, and therefore we decided to just introduce two different enzymes, which are the CHS and CHI. So we did that. So CHS is a gene come from Petunia hybrida, whereas CHI is a gene comes from Purera lobata. So these two are plant species. Next, please. Okay, so this is what we did actually. So we put in just one plasmid, expression plasmid. Whenever you do synthetic biology or molecular biology, what you need to have is a good expression plasmid, which is a challenge if you are working with non-model organism. Like in our case, this is actually an expression plasmid that is not for Thermosynococcus. It was actually for Synococcus. But then that was the best fit that we had at that time. So what we did, we cloned these two genes into this expression plasmid, and then through natural transformation, we make sure that we insert as many genes as possible within the genome of the Thermosynococcus. So now, inside the Thermosynococcus, we believe that there are multiple copies of CHI and CHS genes from the plant species in that Thermosynococcus genome. So that's basically what we did. Next, please. So now, like I mentioned just now, so we believe we have inserted that, we have done the genome sequencing, and we're able to see the insertion of that two different foreign genes in the Thermosynococcus genome. So we then further check what about the expression of these two genes, and we have seen that the expression of the CHI genes in the transgenic organism is significantly higher than the wild type. Same goes with the CHS expression genes. So we believe that based on this, we have successfully expressed the novel transgenic plants, the novel transgene in the Thermosynococcus species. Now, at the same time, you also check the flavonoid content of the transgenic. So as you can see here, it is significantly increased compared to the wild type. Next, please. So as you can see from the graph just now, the TFC value is not that much. In which, if we pitch that findings to the industry, they would definitely tell us that it's not enough. so your host is not good, which we understand and we take the comment. But what we have achieved from this whole project is that the optimization of nitrate transformation for Thermocyanococcus. Now, to develop this method, it was not an easy task, especially if you're working with non-model organisms, which in our case, the Thermocyanococcus. But we managed to do that. It's a long process of nitrate transformation steps, which I am not able to share it here, but if you would like to learn that or collaborate on that experimental steps, do drop me an email and we can talk further. So having said that, we eventually now is the first group ever in Malaysia able to get a stable expression of transgenes in Thermocyanococcus, because this Thermocyanococcus is an indigenous species of Malaysia. Next. So what's next? Because I mentioned just now, it was very important to understand the natural transformation steps. So now we believe that we can do that. We have that idea, we have that knowledge now. So we expand the study on production of bioplastics. So in the morning, Prof. Ling mentioned about microplastic degradation, but in our case, we want to produce the bioplastics because bioplastics should have a better degradation rate compared to the normal plastics. So what we did, so for your information, cyanobacteria, the wild type that you can find in the environment, they can produce PHAs. So PHA is actually a monomer or materials for bioplastics. And PHA is a type, PHA can only be produced by only the bacteria. If you are talking about bioplastic materials from the plants, that is called PLA. But for bacteria, it is called PHA. Now, so what we understood from the wild type strains is that the wild type strains of cyanobacteria, they can produce only the short chain length PHAs. So they produce this naturally as the wild type. So because of that, we come up with an idea that why not we do the genetic engineering of these species and make sure that they can produce now medium and long chain PHA. Next, please. So we first have to make sure that the wild type really can produce the PHA. So we did some preliminary study, and true enough, we make comparison of the PHA produced by these three different wild type cyanobacteria. We compare them with the commercial PHB. So these two are the commercial PHB that you can buy from the market. So we make comparison, and true enough, like if you can see at this part, so they do share the same functional groups. Although we have not able to get this part similar to the PHB, but we believe because of the materials that are being used to make the commercial PHB. But according to this, yeah, it's good enough for us to proceed with the project that the cyanobacteria that we have, they can synthesize the PHA similar to the PHB. Next, please. And then we also further checked because we wanted to work with Glyocapsa. Apologize on the typo. It's supposed to be spelled as Glioiocapsa. So we worked on Glioiocapsa. So it's a unicellular. Like I mentioned just now, it's always when you have an idea to work on genetic materials or genetic modification, try to start with the unicellular. Then you can learn a lot from that because you need something to start forward. So that's what we did, and we believe that it's better to work with Glyocapsa. As you can see here, we did some staining under the microscope, and we did observation under the microscope for cells that we stained with the dyes. And as you can see here, under the now blue is staining, the granules is actually quite big. So the granules are actually representing the PHA granules, where the PHA are being accumulated inside the Glioiocapsa cells. Next. So, and then we also make sure that we can check, so we checked on their ability to produce or to synthesize long chain fatty acids, because we need long chain fatty acids to make sure that the organisms can produce long chain PHA or medium chain length PHA. So this long chain fatty acids is a crucial element so that we can have the medium and long chain PHA. So that was the reason behind this analysis. And true enough, as you can see, we can detect presence of long chain such as the C16, C20. Even here under this different condition, we're able to see detection under C16, C18, and even C22. So this information was really important to us because now we believe that our gliocapsa will be able to be modified or to be utilized for production of long chain PHA. Next, please. So if you can just click enter 3 times, please. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Okay, so now this is actually the pathway. So as a synthetic biologist, number one that you need to understand is the pathway. If you don't understand the pathway, then you don't know what you will be working with. So same goes with us. We first try to understand the pathway. So what we did, we understand the pathway for PHA biosynthesis. So there is actually 3 different pathways that contribute to the biosynthesis of PHA. And many studies have done or have tried to change the other pathways, the other 2 pathways. But in our case, we are more focusing on the fatty acid fatty acid biosynthesis as well as fatty acid beta oxidation pathway. So in our project, what we are targeting is that number one, we wanted to introduce this AAS enzyme. So this AAS is actually from plant species. So that's what we are currently working on it. And at the same time, you also introduce this enzyme also from plants. And in addition, we move forward, we want to remove these 2 enzymes. So hopefully by doing this, we can eventually enhance the production or the biosynthesis of PHA by the gliocapsa. So, this project is still ongoing. So we haven't got any definite results yet as for now, but hopefully we'll be able to see some successful results, especially in terms of production of fatty acids as well as the PHA very, very soon. Next. Okay, so I'm actually done with my presentation. I really hope that you have learned something from me or what we are doing in UTM in my lab. So these are actually the lab. It's not that very big, but yeah, it's very convenient to have the lab. And these are the cultures because they are thermophilic. So we have the opportunity to control the growth conditions because they are thermophilic. So we have to make sure they are being grown at around 40 to 45 degrees Celsius. So we have to have the incubators. So we use lots of incubators in the lab for our projects. Next. Yeah. Other than the cyanobacteria projects going on, we have all these 5 different areas that we are also working on. It was a privilege for me when I started working with Dr. Fauzi on the bacterial endophytes for enhancement of quinine biosynthesis in Catharanthus roseus. Now, this is a very novel study that I have done by Dr. Fauzi. So if you are looking for any collaborators, because his works really involve a special work regarding the indigenous species of plants in Indonesia. So if you're interested in this kind of study, you can obviously have collaboration with Dr. Fauzi, or if you're interested to work on the other projects, do drop me an email. Next, please. So these are the people that currently working in my lab. I have Anthony as well. He's also will be presenting next on biorefinery of flue gas. If you're interested, you can come and listen to his presentation. So these are the previous people that I have in my lab who really do a good projects in the lab, because without them, we couldn't be the pioneer in what we are doing. So So that's Wong, that's Pavitra, and that's Dr. Fauzi, like a lot younger, I guess, 10 years ago. Yeah, so much different now, but yeah, that's Dr. Fauzi. Yeah. So he was there working with together with us, which is a very fun project. Yeah, and he got very good results from the PhD project. And so these are also the past members that we have working with us. So that's next. So yeah, I have to acknowledge all the sponsors for all the projects that we have done in the lab. Next, please. Yeah, so that's me, that's my email. If you would like to come over to UTM, for example, for any students exchange or for any visits, do drop me an email. I should be able to make the arrangement with you and UTM International Office. I'm quite flexible, especially if your university and UTM has MOU, students can come there and we sponsor the accommodation as well as the local transport, but students have to pay their own flight tickets. So make sure if you're not from Universitas Negeri Malang, you're from other universities in Indonesia, you are welcome to UTM. Just drop me an email so we can give you the benefits if you have an MOU with UTM. So that's all from me. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Izati, for your great presentation. And we will continue to the next keynote speaker, which is my colleagues, Dr. Sofia Eri Rahayu. Please start your presentation.
Baik, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, moderator. I'm Sophia from Biology Department. I'm here to present our research finding entitled Evaluation of Berenuk Crescentia cucete plants as an eco-friendly botanical insecticide on target and non-target organism, a laboratory research study. The rest, next. The rationale for this research in the increasing use of synthetic chemical pesticide. Data on pesticide usage in Indonesia from 1919 to 1992 indicates a clear upward trend. Among these categories, the use of synthetic chemical insecticides is shown to be the highest compared to other types. One of the factors contributing to the increased use of insecticide is the rising in the incidence of disease outbreak. One of the diseases with an increased number of cases in Indonesia is dengue hemorrhagic fever. This disease is transmitted by Aedes aegypti mosquito vector. Data from first trimester of 2024 alone had already reached 21,072 cases. By June 2025, 79,840 cases with 359 fatalities had been recorded. Next. Until now, the public carries out mosquito control through fogging for adults, mosquito, and the use of synthetic chemical again, specifically tomatoes, based product branded as Abate to combat larvae of or eggs. The use of such synthetic chemical larvicide or herbicide can have detrimental impacts on the environmental and public health. Next. The compound can enter water bodies and causes environmental pollution and mortality is non-target organism. Furthermore, it can lead to the local extinction of the species, which naturally constitute vital links in the food chain by serving as a food source for their predators. One solution to address this issue is to develop insecticidal agents that are environmental safe or biodegradable. Plants contain secondary metabolite compound that can be utilized as insecticides. One such plant with this potential is from the Pycnoniaceae family, specifically the species Crescentia cucete or Benenux. This plant is commonly cultivated by the community but has not yet been widely utilized. Next. We conducted tests on the potential of Berenduk fruit and leaf extract as an ovicyte and larva site against Aedes aegypti mosquitoes. Additionally, toxicity tests were performed on non-target organism Dapnia magna in a laboratory setting. The ethanol extract of the Berenduk fruit and leaves were subjected to phytochemical screening prior to their application on the target organism. The results show that the Berenduk leaf extract contain compounds classified as flavonoid, alkaloid, saponin, tannin, and terpenoid. Next. Well, the Berenduk fruit peel extract contain compounds alkaloid, saponin, tannin, and terpenoid. The Berenduk fruit flesh extract contain compound flavonoid, alkaloid, and tannin. Next. The next stage evolved with applying the prepare extract to the eggs and instar larva Aedes aegypti mosquitoes. The testing procedure follow the WHO protocol, wherein 25 mosquito eggs were used for each concentration per replicate. The same principle was applied in the test conducted on the mosquito larva. The total number of mosquito eggs used in the study was 1,500, and the number of mosquito larvae used was 800. The toxicity test was conducted on non-target animals, namely Dapnia. Dapnia are zooplankton in freshwater ecosystem that play a role in regulating phytoplankton population and maintaining water quality. These animals are highly sensitive to the presence of pollution in water bodies. The toxicity test used 500 neonatal Dapnia. Yes. Next. This result of the Berenduk fruit extract test as an ovicyte is again Aedes aegypti mosquito X. This result analysis of the X-heads failure data indicate that 400 ppm concentration of the fruit pulp and fruit peels extract show no significant difference with failure rates of 64% and 77% respectively. Next. The test of Berenduk leaf extract on Aedes aegypti mosquito X at the 120-hour observation point show that a higher concentration resulted in higher percentage of eggs failing to hatch. Concentration of 50 ppm, 70% of the mosquito eggs failed to hatch. In the treatment using Temepos as a positive control, the result was a 100% failure rate is eggs hatching. Next. This is condition of mosquito eggs after application was examined using scanning electron microscopy. The condition is exposed as Temepos, so damage in the form of indentation of egg surface. The same condition with also observed is egg treatment with the highest extra concentration. Conversely, eggs that were not subjected to any treatment exhibit an intact morphology structure. Next. We have also tested the potential of Berenduk fruit extract as larvicide against Aedes aegypti mosquito larvae. The results show the higher extract concentration, the higher larva mortality rate. However, at the highest concentration for 1,000 ppm, the percentage of larval mortality shows similar result between the treatment using the fruit peel extract and the fruit flesh extract, with approximately 72%. Meanwhile, Using the thermophos, 100% of the larva died is the best observing starting 24 hours after application. Next. This is condition when observed under a microscope. That mosquito larva, so the damage in the siphon area, which appear pregnant. This condition causes the larva to have difficulty breathing and impair their metabolism. Okay, next. Subsequently, we conducted a toxicity test of berenduk fruit leaf extract on non-target organism, Dapnia. The concentration used were based on the result from our previous tests on Aedes aegypti, eggs, and larvae. The result, the larvacidal test with berenduk fruit extract on Dapnia neonat so very high mortality ranging from 96% to 100%. This result was comparable to the treatment with a synthetic larvicide thermophos. Next. The result is observed under a microscope, so that Dapnia exposed to thermophos and extract experience damage to parts of their bodies, such as a caudal span, loss of antennal bristle, or rupture of the Dapnia body. Next. In contrast, the official test of berenduk fruit extract on Dapnia neonatus resulted in low mortality, only 20% at 120 hours post-application. Next. Conclusion. Based on the research result, the leaf of fruit of the berenduk plants have the potential to be used as larvicide and oficide. However, further testing on the target organism is necessary to ensure that the use of this material is targeted and safe for non-target organism. Next. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation, Dr. Sabia Eri. For our next keynote speaker, it is Dr. Ermin Rahmawati. Check. Okay. We'll present about something very interesting finding, yeah, about the fermentation of vegetables towards our health. Please, your time is yours, Doctor.
Yes. Okay, slide. Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I think because this is the last speaker, yeah. So maybe all of you are sleepy. Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So first of all, I would like to thank to the organizing committee of ICoLiST and of course to the EIV for giving me the opportunity to be the keynote speaker in this great event, Dr. Eti. And then my name is Ermin Rahmawati, and today I would like to deliver our past and ongoing research focus on the topic entitled Unveiling the Benefits of Vegetable Fermentation on Cardiovascular and Metabolic Health. Next slide. Okay, first of all, I would like to introduce where I work. So I work at Faculty of Medicine and Health Sciences UIN Maulana Malik Ibrahim Malang. Here is our campus. We call it a campus above the sky. So I think all of you must visit our campus because we have a beautiful scenery. We are surrounded by the mountain. And then here are our team. I also invite one of the member, Ms. Larasati there. And for the research project, actually we have collaborated not only with interdisciplinary, we have the interdisciplinary team there, including the biomedical science and also the nutritionist and also the clinical division until the public health division. And the last is the technology division. And we have a collaboration for this project with Universitas Malang, of course, and University of Brawijaya. Here is our professor, Prof. Janggan, and the other partner come from the Thailand, School of Bioresources, King Mongkut, Thonburi, Thailand. Next. So what actually the background behind this research project? We have already known that cardiovascular disease remain as the first ranked cause of mortality worldwide. And coronary heart disease is a subgroup of the cardiovascular disease, which is very prominent. And additionally, the current reports from CDC and WHO shows that there is a prevalence of the significant increase of prevalence of this disease in developing countries, including in Indonesia. And interestingly, next. If we see this picture, we know that the coronary heart disease is strongly correlated with other metabolic conditions, which is called metabolic syndrome, and the second is non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. So how could this both condition affect the coronary heart disease? So both condition promote the subchronic inflammatory conditions. And then it also promote the oxidative stress. They promote the visceral adiposity, the disturbance of glucose and carbohydrate, and all of these pathological condition could cause the endothelial dysfunction, the arterial stiffness, and then also promote finally the development and the progression of the atherosclerotic lesions, which begin from the foam cell and then continue to fatty streak, and then if it is not controlled, it can become the atherome, and next to the necrotic core, and finally, if it is not controlled again, it become thinning the fibrous plaque and then rupture and attract the thrombocyte, then they form the thrombus. And how about that? So it can occlude the coronary artery and become the diminished supply of the oxygen and nutrient to the cardiomyocyte and cause the cardiomyocyte necrosis, and the patient fell heart attack. Okay, next. So actually, although many countries have developed and also implement strategies and approach to limit the burden of this disease, however, it is still not given an optimal results. There are several determinant factors that contribute to this phenomena. The first, we can see that the preference of the healthy lifestyles is shifting nowadays among populations. And not only that, the population who suffers from metabolic syndrome itself or non-alcoholic fatty liver itself, many studies reported that they have low adherence to medications. And the next, we also do some literature review, and we concluded that several reports have demonstrated that several use of drugs in long-term use. We take an example like statin use in the long term, it can cause the rhabdomyolysis, rhabdomyopathy, the diminished function of the cognitive, and even the worst, the hepatotoxicity. And this is also one of my results, the other project in the public health. So we would like to ask you to see that mostly the patient with ACS in our populations have the preference to eat the fried food. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, behind all the rationale, we finally would like to develop the project that focus on the natural-based product. Why? Because we know that nowadays there is an there's a growing interest of the population that use plant-based product because it is well tolerated, it is so no severe side effects, and safe for the long-term use. And finally, our research project decided to use the vegetables. And we decided to explore deeply into the sambal lalapan. Who never eat sambal lalapan? Please raise your hand. I think all of you have eat sambal lalapan in your regular food. Is it correct? Yes, okay. So we try to explore the sambal lalapan to become the nutraceutical food, nutraceutical product. Next. Yeah, sambal lalapan is a traditional Indonesian cuisine that is we know from many centuries. But if we see lalapan, which is popular vegetables that is used, is usually the white cabbage and then the cucumber, and it is also served with kemangi, or we call it basil leaves. And then how we serve the lalapan, so we usually cocol with the sambal sauce, which consists of the salad, which consists of the garlic and then the chili and also the tomatoes. Yeah, but let's take a look. Let's take a look how the common of our population processing and cooking, and also the serve of the sambal lalapan. Sambal usually is cooking with oil in high temperature, correct? And of course, it could reduce the nutritional value of the ingredients. And then the second, the lalapan usually uncooked. And of course, it can easily oxidize. It can also increase the risk of contamination. And not only that, if we eat the white cabbage, it has a goitrogenic substance inside that. And we must be aware to eat the white cabbage. So therefore, our research project tried to alleviate the local food wisdom by doing two strategies in our research. The first, we changed our processing food. So finally we selected the spontaneous fermentation. And then the second, by using the modern pharmaceutical technology, we try to further develop this sambal lalapan into functional food, either as nutraceutical or even the pharmaceutical product. Next. Yeah, why we choose fermentation? Because numerous studies show that fermentation could increase the nutritional value, could decrease the anti-nutrition value, and not only that, the fermentation could serve not only for for being a long shelf life, and of course increasing the bioavailability of the bioactive compounds. Next. And then the second strategy, we use the modern pharmaceutical technology to make this sambal lalapan fermentation become the nutraceutical food. And for these strategies, we should determine which of the target of the patient we work. So we have the primary level of prevention. How we develop the strategy to prevent this disease before the disease is occur. And then the second, whether we want to do in the secondary level or in the tertiary level. Next. The time. So our research project has already begun in 2022, and now we are in 2025, and hopefully in the 2027 we have already collaboration with the industry to share broadly about this benefit of fermentation sambal lalapan. Next. Yeah, here are the results of our research project. We began the first stage, how we optimize the formulation of sambal lalapan. we have several review for it, and finally we designing it by using the different time, 7 days, 14 days, and 21st days. The temperature set at 20 degrees Celsius. And then after that, we see here that we have two end product of the fermentation. The first is the solid residue product, and the second is the liquid product, which we call natural brine fermentations. Next. And we try to explore, to investigate about the physical characteristic of the fermentation from 7, 14, and 21st days. And interestingly, if we see here, there is a significant the reduction of the pH, yeah, for 14 days. But later, there is no significant reduction of the pH. What is the main reason behind this? So actually, in the 21st days of fermentation, there is the limitation of the substrate so that the microorganism could not have the food to produce the energy. Next. So after we see this growth of the mycobacteria, the lactobacillus or the microbe, we decided to use the 14 days of fermentation for the subsequent analysis. Next. Yeah, here are the profile of the microbe. So we use next generation sequencing for identifying what kind of species inside the 14 days of fermentation and compare it with the non-fermented group. And surprisingly, it is so interesting because finally the population is shifting. So we have 3 dominant species in the fermentation of 14 days. There are, the first is Lacti planti Bacillus plantarum, and then the second is Weissela sibari, and then the third is Leconostococcus pseudomentericum. Next. And after that, this is the stage 2 of our fermentation. We conduct a metabolite profiling using the LC-MS. Next. And then we saw here that there are so many active ingredients inside that, and it is increased compared to the non-fermented group. Next. So we finally selected, yeah, from the in silico prediction, from ADME, and then Protox, and also past server, and we have 4 selected active ingredient, which further we would like to quantify as the standard marker of the fermentation product. So we have the quercetin and dihydrocapsaicin is detected here. Next. And then after that, we would like to see the prediction of the pharmacodynamic effect of this fermentation extract. So we see it in the gene level and then move to the protein level. For the gene level, we use the cytoscape software, and then the protein level, we use the string database 200, and then followed by the network construction, network pharmacology, and after that we have several evidence to perform the in vitro and in vivo examinations. Next. So here are our in silico results. So interestingly that the active ingredients of the fermented extract could modulate or modify the pathway which is related with the insulin resistance and also the lipid metabolism, and besides that the atherogenic pathway. Next. Yeah, here are the pathway from KEGG. Next. And then we follow it with the molecular docking. So what is interesting also here, that the binding of the active ingredients with the receptor have a more negative binding energy compared to the drugs usually used. So we have statin there, and also we have metformin there. Next. And for the first, the in silico and for the non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, and it is for the endothelial dysfunction and the atherosclerotic pathway actually. Next. Next. Okay. Next. Yeah, this is also the molecular docking of the active ingredients. Next. Yeah, after that, we perform the in vitro assay. So basically, for the in vitro assay, we conclude that the fermented extract, the fermented sambal lalapan extract could inhibit the angiotensin converting enzyme, which is a very important enzyme that contribute to the pathology of hypertension. Next. Yeah, we also perform the in vitro study using the MDCK and also MDCK cell, so as a normal kidney cell. So basically what we want to see here, we would like to show that the high dose of the fermentation extract is safe for the normal cells. Next. And then we perform the in vivo study using the rabbits induced with high-fat diet. Okay, next. And here are the results of the liver. So we see here that the administration of the fermentation sambal lalapan extract, especially in the dose of 200 milligram per kilogram body weight, could could prevent the formation of the lipid inside the cell, hepatocyte cell, and also could inhibit the macrophage infiltration in the hepatocyte. Next. Not only that, we also examine the tunica intima of the aorta. So if you can see here, the inflammation process. So it could lower the pro-inflammatory mediator either in the transcriptional level and the protein expression. Next. And the next, it also could lower the oxidative stress. Next. And then here is the histopathology of the aorta here. So if we can see here, the administration of this extract could inhibit the thickening of the tunica intima. Next. And how about the modulation of pathway inside the aorta itself or the artery itself? If we have, I have already mentioned that the atherosclerotic progression began from the foam cell, which we know that the foam cell itself is caused by the imbalance between the influx of the cholesterol or the ox-LDL and the efflux of the ox-LDL of the cholesterol. So the efflux of cholesterol is reduced because there is a reduction or decrease of the ABCA protein in the membrane, yeah. And we serve how if we treat it with, administer it with the extract fermentation 200 milligram per kilogram body weight. Interestingly, there is a significant increase of the ABCA protein. So it means that the administration of this extract could prevent the decrease of the cholesterol efflux so that there will be no accumulation of lipid inside the tunica intima. Next. Yeah, I think that's all that I can present. So mainly the conclusion is all the data show that the fermentation sambal extract, sambal lalapan extract could be developed as nutraceutical. And we would like to continue our study to the other steps, the next step, how we make the nutraceutical itself, either using capsule or maybe other vehicle. Okay, next. Yeah, I think to perform the great research, we have to collaborate not only by just one discipline, and we need also the transdisciplinary. So thank you once again for the attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ermin. So hopefully after you finish your research, we will no longer worry to eat sambal lalapan, yeah? Okay. Now I invite to the audience to ask questions. Is there any questions from the audience? Please raise your hand. And also I welcome the audience from the online platform, from the Zoom meeting. Is there any question? Okay, over there. The committee, please give the microphone to the young man in the middle. Okay, please stand up and say what is your name and address the question to who the question will be given.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thanks for the chance. I'm Faris from Biology Education Undergraduate Program at Malang State University. From the explanation with that research, I will ask something. How can we ensure that fermented sambal lalapan is more preferred by the community than regular sambal lalapan? I think it is enough. Thank you.
Okay, so I guess your question will be addressed to Dr. Ermin, okay? Is that correct? Yeah, okay. Doctor, can you ask directly?
Thank you for the questions. So your question is it prefer fermentation sambal lalapan compared to regular sambal lalapan, right? Yeah, based on the data, either the metabolic profiling, yeah. Firstly, the metabolic profiling, we know that the fermentation process could increase the active ingredients, mainly the phenolic, yeah, and the later is the flavonoid, but mainly the phenolic, yeah. And not only that, it also produce some substance like bacteriocin, which have the antibiotic properties. And not only that, it also produce the peptide and the amino acid. Yes. So I think, yeah, it can be compared with if we have to compare between the fermentation of or the non-fermented, yeah, better the fermentation. Oh, the next evidence, I'm not show you here. So we also have the data which is still not published, though we compare the fermentation and the fried and the non-fermented sambal lalapan. So we can see that there is a significant increase of the antioxidant level. We try to examine it using the DPPH assay and then the EBTS assay and the FRAP assay. Yeah, I think it's all.
Okay, okay. So that's the answer from Dr. Ermin. Anybody else who want to ask question? Any more question for our keynote speakers? So I will invite maybe one more question. Okay, Miss MC, please ask your question.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. I'm asking as participant, not the MC. Okay, thank you very much for the all distinguished speaker. I really enjoy your speaking and the insightful information. I would like to asking to Dr. Nur Izati. You say that you're concerned about the indigenous thermophilic cyanobacteria and to become potential as bioplastic. I want to ask you about how effective this bioplastic to replace and change the normal plastic one. It is 100% degradable or it just like complementary to the normal plastic. So I think it was really influenced to our environment. And can I have one more question to Bu Sofia? Yeah, thank you. So Bu Sofia, actually you have one tree of Brno in biology at the near of biology building. So when I know that Brno, I in falsely I don't know that it was Brno. I thought it was buah maja. So how do you know it's Brno or maja? I think it's two of them is really similar. Thank you.
Okay, so I guess Dr. Izati will answer first.
Thank you very much. That's a very good question, actually, because we, as the research team, we also ask the same question, whether the bioplastic that we produce from the microbes would be able to completely replace the bioplastics that are currently available in the market or not. So we ask the same questions as well. So commonly, currently, what happened is that in Malaysia and Indonesia, there are bioplastics. However, the current in the market, the bioplastics are made from plant-based materials because like I mentioned just now, the plant-based are PLA, and then from the microbes, they are PHA. Now, you got the point correctly when you asked me whether are they good? Can they completely replace it or not? Or it's just a complementary. But at this moment, I can only be sure that it can only become a complement. It cannot be completely replaced, mainly because the bioplastic characteristics produced by the microbes, we have seen that the molecular characteristics is actually very, very soft. So it might not be very good if we just completely use the whole materials made from PHA of microbes. So you got it correctly there, that it's supposed to be complement, in which so far other scientists, not us, we haven't come to that stage yet, but I've seen that done by other researchers where they mix the PHA from the microbes and then mix it with the PLA from the plant-based materials. So that have been done. And in addition to that, I've also known that some of the researchers, they mix the PHA from microbes together with uh, materials from the shells. Now I don't have the term in my mind at this moment, but yeah, so that can be added together. So yeah, it's complement at this moment. Thank you very much for that question.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Izati, for your answer. And we will move to Dr. Sofia.
Okay, thank you. Buah maja and Brno is different. Okay. People usually Brno is buah maja, but buah maja is species Eagle marmelos is family Rutaceae. Yeah, like apa itu? Jeruk itu apa? Orange, like orange. Breno is Crescentia cucete, family Pycnoniaceae. Is with a near biology building is yes fruitnya apa itu buahnya
The size of the fruit?
size-nya big, Eagle marmalade size-nya little, like
Smaller,
apa orange gitu. Jadi it's different family, different species.
Okay, I think that already answer your question, Miss Maisuna. Okay, so that's wrap up our meeting for the third plenary today. So my only conclusion in this meeting is Woman in Science, empowering moment. So give a round of applause to our keynote speakers. And now I will give you speakers the certificate, and also because in the morning ceremony we miss Dr. Ermina and Dr. Sofia, I will give you the Vandal and a doll. Yeah, our university icon.
Thank you very much to our moderator, Dr. Fauzi Akbar Nugrah, PhD, and to our amazing speakers.
Dr. Nur Izati Muhammad Nur, Dr. Sofia Edi Rahayu, and Dr. Ermin Rahmawati for inspiring and insightful presentation.
Your contribution have truly enriched today's discussion and broadened our perspective in the life science field. We sincerely appreciate your valuable time and dedication to ICoLiST 2025.
Now we kindly invite our moderator and speakers to return to their seats.
Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes plenary session 3. Next, we will proceed with the invited speakers and the parallel sessions.
The session will be held in multiple rooms, both hybrid and offline. For the room 1, it will be at Hall A20, 9th floor. For this plenary hall, room 2 at A19 building is a lecture transit level 4. Room 3, H19 building, lecture transit level 4. Room 4 at A19 building 307. Room 5, A19 building 313. Room 6, A19 building 319. And the rest, room 7, A19 building 317.
And please don't forget to come back here after the presentations because we will announce the best presentation. We hope you enjoy the discussion and have a faithful session ahead. Thank you and see you in the parallel session.
To the presenter, the committee will help you to guide to the room session. Thank you.
Ayo, Prof. Donald, kita akad hari ini. Saksinya Pak Edwin. Ya, Prof. Irfan. Yang dokumentasi, saya mau mencabut bendera IFI, tak serahkan ke Bandung. Dok, disaksikan ya, saya akan mencabut benderanya, saya berikan ke Bandung. Iya, dari PP.
Sama aja, paling silang. Baik, selamat siang rekan-rekan IAI-viers semuanya. Izinkan saya mewakili Ketua Pengurus Pusat dari IAIV. Di sini juga ada beberapa pengurus IAIV yang turut hadir menyaksikan. Dari pengurus pusat mengucapkan terima kasih kepada IAIV Malang, Dr. Hendra, Dr. Edwin, Dr. Eti, dan timnya yang tidak dapat saya sebutkan satu persatu. Terima kasih atas jerih lelahnya mempersiapkan IPSAM ke-32 dengan peserta yang cukup ramai, yang saya lihat lebih ramai dibandingkan waktu di Lampung. Selamat atas pencapaiannya. Mudah-mudahan acara kita, IPSAM ke-33 dan juga Kongres IAIV yang akan diselenggarakan tahun depan bisa sama atau bahkan lebih meriahnya. Dan pastinya juga lebih bermanfaat untuk kedepannya. Sesuai dengan tradisi yang selama ini dilakukan, jadi bendera IAIV ini sebagai simbol penyerahan tampuk kepanitiaan, bukan kepemimpinan, tapi tampuk kepanitiaan, penyerahan kesulitan, enggak, jangan dianggap kesulitan, bro, dianggap sebagai kesenangan. Dari IAIV Malang diserahkan kepada IAIV Bandung yang akan menjadi tuan rumah pada tahun 2026. Silakan Ketua IAIV Malang menyerahkan kepada Ketua IAIV Bandung. Oke, baik. Terima kasih. Mungkin ada pesan-pesan, Prof. Rona?
Baik, terima kasih Dr. Amel, juga Prof. Irfan, dan seluruh rekan-rekan IAIV, seluruh perwakilan. Saya mengucapkan terima kasih dan penghargaan setinggi-tingginya pertama kepada tentu saja IAIV Pusat yang terus melanjutkan estafet keberadaan dan pelaksanaan IPSAM ini secara kontinu. Dan juga yang kedua saya mengucapkan banyak juga penghargaan kepada Dr. Hendra yang sudah berhasil membuat IPSAM tahun ini begitu meriah di Malang. Kami sangat mengapresiasi dan juga mohon dukungannya terakhir kepada rekan-rekan semua IAIV yang ada di Indonesia untuk tahun depan kita berkumpul bersama-sama lagi di Bandung. Ya, mungkin waktu dan tempatnya akan segera menyusul. Welcome to Bandung.
Untuk main hall, para invited dan pidato Prof. Denny kita di sini habis ini mulai aja ya. Karena semuanya insya Allah offline, tinggal Prof. Susi yang mau ngirim video. Dokter Nisa pulang karena mau mantu, jadi nanti Prof. Diki sudah di sini. Kita offline bersama di sini. Yang di hall utama saya memang khususkan untuk IIV. Jadi monggo dimaksimalkan kita diskusi di sini sambil belajar bersama. Ada senior di belakang. Prof. Irfan jangan sampai jadi tukang syuting, ya, di depan aja. Kita butuh masukan, jangan di belakang. Nanti sebentar lagi moderatornya datang, kita mulai. Insya Allah. Saya panggil Pak Ade dulu. Soal ini. Sembarang, pokoknya harus di sini biar heboh di sini. Sebentar, saya panggil dulu. Saya cari moderatornya dulu. Kalau enggak saya moderator sendiri habis ini. Ada ini junior saya ada Dr. Ade atas hasta Made in BNBSU dari UNA dari ini ya. Andalas University. Monggo. Nanti Pak Ade partnernya adalah saya tandemnya aman di sini. Nanti untuk presentasi monggo di podium, boleh di mimbar, mau bebas monggo. Nanti kami fasilitasi yang di sini. Kita start, Pak Ade. Yang Zoom ada? Ada, siap. Tadi ada 2 materi online, Pak Ade, dari Prof. Susi, dari IIV Bali, satunya Dr. Nisa dari IIV Lampung. Kita coba, saya tanya dulu, kita siapin aja untuk yang online, karena biar terikut ya. Pak Ade santai aja, siap.
Tes tes. Please operator accept me to join in room 1. Okay, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the parallel session in this room 1. Actually, we have 1 invited speakers and 8 presenters. Okay, and some of the presenter are joining in the online Zoom, and some of the presenter also joining in the offline session in this room. So, for invited speakers, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Denny Agustiningsi MKes. He will deliver a talk about translational research in sport physiology, bridging the gap between laboratory test result and public health in Indonesia. Oh, sorry to say he, yeah, she. Isn't it she? Okay, sorry. Okay, to Professor Dr. Denny Agustiningsi, time is yours. Okay, your PPT already in the operator?
Bisa enggak Bapak? Selain.
Okay, please operator show the Professor Dr. Denny Agustiningsi slides.
Selamat sore, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Izinkan saya presentasi menggunakan bahasa Indonesia. Karena sesinya menurut Pak Hendra, sesinya Sujatmo Lecture. Jadi bukan bagian dari ICoLiST ya, Pak Hendra. Ya.
Okay. So operator can help us to show the PowerPoint, please.
Lah iya, ini tidak ditayangkan ke room 8, room 1, Pak. Ini sudah room 1. Ada nggak? Oh, ganti dong, agak lambat.
Wait a moment, Prof.
Oh alah. Pak Hendranya mungkin belum kirim ke operator, makanya pada bingung. Coba diminta aja dulu. Langsung aja deh, ketik nomor WA lo.
Oh, sebentar ya.
Udah. Kan aman, aman.
Aman.
Iya, yang Sujat mau lecture, Sujat mau lecture.
Iya.
Oke,
Ah,
nice.
Udah. Nah, kamu share screen.
Karena waktunya 15 menit, berarti tinggal 5 menit.
No. Time is yours, Prof. Your time still 15 minutes.
Baik, sebelumnya saya mengucapkan banyak terima kasih atas kesempatan yang diberikan untuk menjadi pembicara di dalam Sujatmo Lecture ini, suatu kehormatan bagi saya untuk mendapatkan kesempatan mempresentasikan satu pemikiran saya di siang hari ini. Terima kasih yang setinggi-tingginya saya ucapkan kepada Dr. Ermita dan juga jajaran pengurus IAIV Pusat dan juga seluruh anggota IAIV. Dan juga terima kasih setinggi-tingginya kepada Dr. Hendra, Dr. Edwin, dan seluruh panitia pada pertemuan ilmiah tahunan IAIV tahun ini dan juga ICoLiST tahun 2025. Izinkan saya menyampaikan buah pemikiran saya mengenai penelitian translasional dalam fisiologi olahraga menjembatani kesenjangan antara hasil uji laboratorium dengan kesehatan masyarakat di Indonesia. Slide. Boleh di slide coba. Bapak Ibu, seperti yang kita hadapi, kita lihat, kita alami, akhir-akhir ini tren melakukan olahraga di masyarakat itu semakin meningkat. Kita melihat di berita, di sosial media, bahkan di sekitar kita banyak sekali peminat untuk mengikuti event-event olahraga. Bahkan kemarin yang diselenggarakan oleh UGM hanya fun run saja pesertanya sudah 4.000 orang. Nah, beberapa hal yang memungkinkan bahwa peningkatan kesadaran masyarakat ini mungkin karena adanya perubahan gaya hidup, kemudian sudah adanya tingginya kesadaran masyarakat untuk pencegahan penyakit, terutama adalah penyakit tidak menular, dan mestinya pada generasi-generasi muda, generasi Gen Z sekarang ada pula FOMO, budaya FOMO, fear of missing out, ketika mereka takut ketinggalan kegiatan di lingkarannya. Kemudian juga budaya flexing yang kemudian kita tahu beberapa waktu yang lalu sampai ada joki pada Strava, dan di sini tidak lepas dari peran media sosial dan para influencer penggiat olahraga. Selain itu, beberapa organisasi, institusi juga gencar untuk menyelenggarakan kegiatan-kegiatan olahraga ini. Nah, bahkan beberapa survei juga dilakukan, beberapa penelitian menyampaikan hasil bahwa exercise ini dapat menjadi suatu hal yang menular dari satu komunitas ke komunitas yang lain, dan itu tidak hanya terjadi di Indonesia tetapi juga sudah di dunia global. Nah, saat ini berkembang pula berbagai jenis olahraga dengan klaim-klaim manfaat yang sangat baik untuk kesehatan. Next slide. Nah, akan tetapi berbagai penelitian juga mendapatkan bahwa apa yang ada beredar di media sosial yang disampaikan oleh para influencer olahraga ini tidak sepenuhnya berbasis bukti, tidak sepenuhnya bisa dipertanggungjawabkan secara ilmiah. Nah, hal ini menjadi pemikiran kita sebagai akademisi, sebagai peneliti di bidang exercise physiology, tentunya ada kesenjangan antara penelitian yang kita lakukan di laboratorium, penelitian dasar yang selama ini kita lakukan, dengan implementasi praktek yang ada di masyarakat. Nah, beberapa hal yang dapat menyebabkan kesenjangan ini antara lain adalah kurangnya komunikasi dan kolaborasi antara para peneliti dasar dengan para praktisi di lapangan. Yang kedua adalah prioritas yang berbeda. Peneliti dasar, peneliti laboratorium lebih banyak ingin membuktikan beberapa variabel, beberapa parameter, sementara praktek di lapangan ingin memberikan gerakan-gerakan, ingin memberikan sesuatu yang langsung bisa diserap oleh masyarakat. Yang ketiga adalah infrastruktur laboratorium yang terbatas dan juga SDM, sumber daya manusia yang benar-benar terlatih sesuai dengan hasil penelitian yang tidak baik. Yang berikutnya adalah resistensi terhadap metode atau baju yang ditemukan oleh Bapak Ibu peneliti. Nah, kemudian yang terakhir yang selalu kita hadapi adalah kompleksitas dan variabilitas dari hasil penelitian kita yang karena kita lakukan dengan metode randomized control trial atau di laboratorium yang sangat terjaga, sangat sudah diatur.
Sekarang solo. Atas. Bawah, mikrofon. Bawah, mikrofon bawah.
Nah, beberapa catatan yang saya temukan, sebagian saya tanya kepada ChatGPT, bagaimana klasik penelitian olahraga yang ada di Indonesia. Nah, jawaban yang muncul, penelitian dasar dan yang dilakukan di laboratorium dan juga tinjauan-tinjauan literatur yang sudah dibuat tidak banyak dipublikasikan kepada masyarakat. Seringkali kita mengejar Scopus mengejar penelitian di luar negeri, kita tidak membumikan apa yang sudah kita dapatkan. Nah, kemudian yang kedua, berbagai upaya awal riset translasional ini berfokus pada mendapatkan instrumen untuk pengukuran, memvalidasi suatu alat ukur. Penelitian ini penting, tetapi kalau tidak dipublikasi, tidak disampaikan kepada praktisi di lapangan, pada akhirnya tidak bisa digunakan pula. Kemudian yang ketiga adalah upaya kita untuk mengejar ketertinggalan, mengejar perkembangan teknologi. Kita juga sibuk menerjemahkan ilmu fisiologi olahraga ini dalam bentuk aplikasi. Harapannya mudah diakses, tetapi ketika kita buka di Google Play Store atau yang Apple, kita akan mendapatkan berbagai macam aplikasi untuk olahraga dan tentunya kita sulit untuk memilih mana yang benar-benar berbasis bukti, mana yang benar-benar dikembangkan secara ilmiah. Nah, penelitian lain adalah mengenai partisipasi dan kebugaran masyarakat, biasanya dilakukan berkolaborasi dengan teman-teman dari public health dan juga pengembangan prestasi atlet. Slide. Nah, kalau kita menilik apa sih sebetulnya penelitian translasional, kalau kemudian kita terapkan di dalam bidang fisiologi olahraga, tadi pagi Prof. Irfan sudah banyak membahas tentang translasional ini, tetapi
Nggak bisa Zoom ini nggak bisa diakses breakout room-nya lah.
dan
Bisa.
memang penelitian translasional
Orangnya yang bisa.
membutuhkan waktu yang dikatakan bisa mencapai 15 tahun supaya dia bisa betul-betul diimplementasikan.
Armita ada.
Nah, demikian pula
Kita mau kemana? Kita lihat ke break satu.
Sebetulnya
Ya, semua nih. Mari.
tapi sebetulnya penelitian ini sangat penting karena tadi akan menjadi dasar bagi para praktisi di lapangan untuk bisa membantu meningkatkan derajat kesehatan masyarakat dan juga mencegah berbagai penyakit tidak menular. Slide. Nah, Bapak Ibu, penelitian transnasional di bidang fisiologi olahraga yang sering kita lakukan sebagian besar berfokus pada statistik inferensi. Kita berupaya mengejar kesimpulan, mengejar signifikansi, kemudian kita mencari asosiasi, mencari sebab akibat, mencari mekanisme
Dari dulu bukannya bias general atau belum guys.
Sirkulasi itu sudah kita lakukan di dalam penelitian dasar. Tetapi saat ini telah banyak berkembang penelitian dasar yang menggunakan pendekatan analitis terintegrasi. Varian-varian pada omics akan membuka wilayah penelitian ini menjadi lebih luas. Dan juga tentunya kita harus mempertimbangkan tidak hanya hubungan vertikal, tetapi hubungan integrasi horizontal. Kita harus melihat lagi bagaimana dialog antar organ atau crosstalk antar organ ini dapat berjalan ketika kita berikan intervensi olahraga. Ya, sehingga ketika kita membatasi betul itu sebagai randomized control trial, nah kita mesti harus detail pula untuk melihat adanya crosstalk di dalam menjaga homeostasis. Lanjut. Nah, ada satu paper yang mengatakan bahwa penelitian di bidang exercise physiology di bidang physical activity ini sudah selayaknya untuk ditinjau kembali supaya betul-betul mudah diimplementasi kepada populasi untuk meningkatkan derajat kesehatan dan kesejahteraan. Nah, untuk itu kita harus memahami mengapa mereka melakukan olahraga. Apakah untuk pencegahan, apakah untuk pendamping dan program tata laksana untuk rehabilitasi sekedar atau memang ingin mengubah perilaku. Sehingga ketika kita menulis suatu penelitian, membuat metodologi penelitian, di awal kita sudah tahu bahwa gambaran apa yang akan kita implementasikan ketika hasil penelitian tadi sudah diperoleh. Sehingga kita tidak hanya membuktikan apakah suatu variabel itu berubah, meningkat, menurun, berpengaruh, tetapi kita sudah harus memiliki gambaran untuk mengimplementasi. Seperti halnya penelitian transnasionalnya maka setiap fase 0 sampai fase 4 ini dilakukan secara sistematis dan juga
Tak kirim kanas lagi, ini dokter Nisa. Tapi ya, beliau katanya mau online dari bandar. Jadi nggak ditampilin. Tampilin, taruh tampilin ini. Saya kira video. Tapi dikirim video kan gitu jaga-jaga kalau nggak bisa ngomong.
Metode kooperasi dengan para pemangku kepentingan sehingga wilayah presiden itu menjadi lebih luas. Nah, Smith mengatakan kita bisa memotong, kita bisa memperringkas transnasional research di bidang ekstraksi fisiologi ini tidak perlu mencapai 17 tahun. Kita bisa melakukan mulai dari fase 0 sampai fase 4 dengan waktu yang lebih pendek. Beliau menyampaikan adanya terobosan tentunya dengan memperkuat feasibility study sebelum menyusun desain dan metodologinya. Nah, kemudian ketika fase feasibility study ini juga diikuti dengan fase piloting. Nah, piloting ini harus dilakukan secara sedikit sambil kemudian kita menguji efikasi dan juga efektivitas. Nah, dengan memotong lingkaran penelitian transnasional ini harapannya kita bisa memotong waktu dan segera apa yang kita teliti tadi bisa diimplementasi di lapangan. Namun kita memang harus memiliki desain dan metodologi yang sangat kuat, kemudian monitoring dan evaluasi yang sangat ketat. Nah, ini adalah beberapa usulan supaya kemudian mudah diimplementasi. Maka ketika menyusun desain, tidak sepenuhnya kita steril terhadap berbagai intervensi yang lain. Karena ketika implementasi di lapangan, kita harus mempertimbangkan adanya intervensi lain yang dilakukan atau diberikan kepada masyarakat yang mengikuti olahraga, yang melakukan olahraga. Nah, sehingga ketika memberikan intervensi, membuat suatu program olahraga, juga harus mempertimbangkan adanya kombinasi intervensi, misalnya pada penderita hipertensi ya, kemudian harus dikombinasi dengan obat-obatan yang memang dia minum, sehingga tidak diisolasi dari kegiatan harian, mempertimbangkan pula aktivitas yang dia lakukan, sehingga harapannya efek terhadap posisi dan cross-talk antar dokter ini akan mendekati hasil yang serupa. Sehingga kegiatan yang selesai akan segera masyarakat untuk yang meningkatkan usia harapan hidup, meningkatkan tingkat kebugaran dan juga memperbaiki kualitas hidup yang harapannya menurunkan faktor risiko yang dapat dimodifikasi. Nah, yang terakhir Bapak Ibu yang mungkin bisa kita renungkan bersama adalah desain dari penelitian transnasional dan eksersis fisiologi ini seyogianya harus sampai implementasi di lapangan dan kemudian uji efikasi dan efektivitas dilakukan bersama dengan para pemangku kepentingan, sehingga kita tidak hanya meneliti keinginan saja atau ingin membuktikan
Okay, while we wait for the next session, okay, while we wait for the next session, so I invite our participant here to give some message and insightful inspiration you get from this
Yeah, like how do
conference.
you feel about this event? Maybe from one of you?
Okay. Okay, just be brave, guys. Just as a short single sentence is fun and it's fine.
I think this conference really gives.
Stand up, please, and introduce your name first. What from department you are?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Wawan. Please call me Wawan, and I'm from the Department of Biology. So I think this event is really important, and I can get a lot of insight from this event. So I think that's all for me for ICoLiST. Thank you so much for the participants and to the presenters and all of the people who work for this kind of event. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Wawan, for the insightful message that you give to us. So maybe, Farron, please choose another one from the right side.
All right.
Yeah, please move the right side.
I don't see any participant in here.
Participant, right? Ibu. Dengan Ibu. Bisa boleh menggunakan bahasa Indonesia, Bu. Boleh memberikan kesan pesan dan juga saran mungkin untuk e-college tahun depan. Monggo, Bu.
Terima kasih. Mohon maaf saya menggunakan bahasa Indonesia. Mungkin pesannya, karena ini sudah 2 kali ya saya mengikuti polis ya. Mungkin acaranya lebih ditingkatkan lagi, terutama terkait ini apa namanya waktu pendaftaran itu dari pendaftaran, terus pemberian informasinya itu mungkin kurang prepare aja gitu. Tapi kalau overall udah oke gitu. Karena ini udah 2 kali ikut ICoLiST. Jadi semoga masih bisa mengikuti ICoLiST untuk yang tahun selanjutnya, insya Allah.
Oke, terima kasih, Ibu.
Okay, thank you very much.
Let's see another participant, Farhan.
Excuse me, maybe you want to share any message about this? Yeah, sure.
Oh iya. Baik, terima kasih. Perkenalkan, saya Larasati Sekarkinasi. Saya dari Kedokteran UIN Malang. Saya untuk ICoLiST ini saya 2 kali dari tahun kemarin. Jadi saya tahun kemarin presenter kebetulan. Terus yang sekarang hanya partisipan saja. Dan semakin tahun daripada tahun kemarin, tahun ini lebih oke banget untuk pematerinya, baik dari pematerinya, baik dari fasilitasnya, untuk ICoLiST keren, dan juga dari panitianya juga saya merasakan lebih sistem sistematis ya gitu ya dan fasilitasnya tambah oke. Semoga nanti ICoLiST semakin tahun atau tahun depan semakin baik dan semakin banyak yang mengikuti ICoLiST gitu. Mungkin cukup ya. Terima kasih.
Okay, thank you very much for the kindness message that you gave to us. So this is the eighth ICoLiST in 2025. We had to start the first ICoLiST at 2018, so it must be the eighth of ICoLiST. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the ICoLiST 2025. We have now reached the final part of today's event, the best presenter announcement and closing ceremony of ICoLiST 2025. We hope you had a productive and inspiring time during the invited speaker and parallel session. Your participation and enthusiasm have truly made this conference a great success.
Now, it's time to give special recognitions to the outstanding presenters from each room. These individuals have demonstrated exceptional presentation skills, strong research contributions, and inspiring delivery.
So without further ado, we are pleased to announce the best presenter of each room. May I invite Dr. Erwin to come to the stage to give the certificate. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Izati to come to the stage. Sorry, Miss Izati and Miss Erwin. Before we start the announcement, I would like to ask you for the message that you will give to us about this event, and maybe some suggestion and recommendation for the next session.
No? Yeah. So, first of all, thank you very much. Especially, I guess it's a really hardworking team, I guess. Especially, it's not easy, trust me. It's not easy to organize a conference. Really, it's not easy. Everyone has to work together. Even if you ask me, I would usually not prefer to organize a conference unless if I have to. But it's really take everyone's effort to make a conference to be successful. So in future, hopefully we can see many more life sciences researchers in ICoLiST 2026. So that would be very great to be able to have more people.
Thank you. Dr. Erin, please.
Yeah. Okay, thank you for the organizing committee, who has organized this event very well. So it is my honor to join this event. especially as the keynote speaker, and I can meet a lot of researcher, scientists that share what have already done in their study group. So I think for the future, ICoLiST hopefully could also be better and better. But this session is for thumbs up lah ya for the organizing committee. And I think for the next year, because the ICoLiST can connect teachers from the different discipline, so from different countries. So it is good for us as well for having chance to collaborate for the future. Yeah, I think that's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Please give them a big round of applause. Okay, do we have finished to prepare?
Can we announce the best presenter now?
Okay, maybe I need to ask Dr. Izati. If I'm not false to remember that you said it was your first time to come to Malang. And you say that the city is kind of really different with another city in Indonesia. Can you tell me about the Malang, why it's different from other cities?
So this is how I find Malang. So basically, it's a hilly geographical area. Yeah, it's very hilly, and the road is very. I mean, it's quite slim, quite small. The roads, most of the roads, and then the weather is really like it's a cool weather. Yeah. So compared to the other parts that I usually went to before in Indonesia, the weather is quite hot and very warm like Surabaya or Jakarta or uh, um, very tough. Di Batam, yeah, Batam. Quite, very warm and very humid environment, but in Malang it's very cool, so it's really relaxing. That's the feeling that I have here. It's even very hot in Johor Bahru, like very hot and very. So it's really nice to be here. So I've been to Banyuwangi, so it's very pretty much similar to Malang as well. So I guess these two areas are very good for relaxing, and I guess it really helps to everyone to become motivating in order to work to study. So I guess you're very and to do research. So I guess you are all very blessed to be able to be in Malang because I guess everyone can really do lots of works, good works, I believe, because of the environment. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Izati. I hope you enjoy what you say at Malang.
Okay, now ladies and gentlemen, the moment that you have been waiting for, the announcement of the best presentation from each room. We're gonna start from the first room. The best presenter from the first room goes to
Professor Dr. Hamidi Ronald, PhD.
Okay, moving on to the second room. The best presentation in room 2 goes to
Hoiratul Nisa, SSE, MSE. Next to the best presenter from room 3 goes to Dr. Liquidita Empire. Congratulations. Both the 4 rooms. The best presenter goes to Mr. Daniel Stanley. Congratulations.
Now moving on, the best presenter from the 5th room goes to
Mr. Nuki Bambang, MSc. move the next room. The best presenter goes to
Mr. Wawan Prasetyo.
Congratulations.
And finally, the best presentation from the last room, the room 7, goes to
Dr. Andreas M. Tayaman.
Congratulations to all our best presenters.
Please all best presenters to come to the stage to receive the certificate.
Please make a line from room 1 to room 7. The best presenter from the first room? Okay. Okay, smile for the camera. Okay, congratulations, Mr. Daniel. Please, for the next room. Smile for the camera. Okay, congratulations, Mr. Wawan. And yes, from the 7th room. Okay, 3, 2, 1, smile for the camera. Okay, once again, congratulations. Please give big round of applause. Now, okay. Please take a photo one more time together. Move a bit to the left, please. Okay. Okay, nice. Smile for the camera. 3, 2, 1. Okay, congratulations for the best presenters for today's event.
All presenter and Dr. Izati, Dr. Erwin, please take your seats.
Your hard work and dedication truly embody the spirit of scientific excellence that ICoLiST stands for.
And with that,
we officially close the International Conference of Life Sciences and Technology ICoLiST 2025. We wish everyone a safe journey home, continued success, and we look forward to seeing you again at ICoLiST 2026. Have a wonderful day, everyone! Oke, untuk seluruh dosen, mahasiswa, TNI, panitia dari ICoLiST 2025 bisa berkumpul dulu untuk foto bersama.
Mohon maaf Bapak Ibu dan rekan-rekan panitia boleh berkumpul dulu di depan untuk mengabadikan momen Foto bersama.
Cek, cek. Baik diinformasikan kepada Bapak Ibu dosen, Tendik, dan seluruh panitia mahasiswa ICoLiST 2025 bisa segera merapat ke depan panggung untuk melaksanakan sesi foto bersama. Sekali lagi untuk semua panitia ICoLiST 2025, baik mahasiswa maupun dosen, bisa segera merapat ke depan panggung untuk sesi foto bersama panitia. Terima kasih.
It's so hard to look up when you're feeling down.
There ain't nothing in this world that breaks how you like it. Just don't stop, won't stop till you make yourself proud. Nothing's
Gonna stop us, no. Feel like our future. See how we know. Let's make our way, right. The lonely shine will be up.
Yes. Bapak.
It's a C-A-K-R-A-W-A-L-A. Boston University. It's a hard to when you bleed down. Now, but the government told them and know what you are for. Now, all some fake is perfection is the support. Done it really be able. You are the keeping it ready on. Learn all, will guide, and you'll be. Come together and sing along. Satu. Các bạn up together. Yeah, come on. What? It's a C-A-K-R-A-W-A-L-A. Boston University. Say that the word was bitter. It's a hard to love when you bleed down. Ain't nothing in this world that I can. Don't you make yourself cry. Gonna do it every eight.
Jangan lupa pamit dari
It's here. It's us again. Yeah. This is the AKRAWARA.
Sekarang siapa dari pagi ya, cuma buka acara nih. Biasanya dari kecil. Saya akan membilang konservasi. Saya akan jauh sebelum. Tinggal kalau ngomongin dia udah hadir. Oh ikut, oh sudah sehingga nggak boleh pintar juga. Sudah sehingga boleh, terus boleh.
Just make yourself proud. Ayo, ini. Oh,
Silap. Oke. Iya Pak, selalu bilang. Mati ya? Sama tidak baca. Berarti semalam satu ini. Tuh, ya, tanda tuh. Iya, tapi terus apa voice? Bahasa sana tuh.